Hello, 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 hello. Check, check. Hello, hello, hello.
Ending of life, that you will only get opportunities if you're good, and if you're not good, don't expect opportunities.
The best example I could ever give is Abraham Lincoln losing every election he ever had till he won the presidency.
You know, I actually have the feeling that my life hasn't started yet.
We all have two lives. The second one begins the day we realize that we only have one life. Wow.
What you saw me on the video.
4 मई के नतीजों के बाद मुझे आना ही है।
4 तारीख में रिजल्ट निकलेगा तो देखेंगे डोलबेन और लुचिर मतो पुलबेन।
The last vote is cast. But the battle isn't over. Across 4 states and 1 union territory, alliances shift, strategies unfold, nerves snap. Every second counts, every lead matters, every result can flip the game. The countdown is on for the fastest, sharpest, most decisive results coverage. There's only one destination. News9, in your interest.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Nature is a miracle. Nurture it. Energy is joy. Spread it. Clean air is life. Protect it. Exploring the immense possibilities of natural gas. Gail India Limited. Energizing possibilities for a self-reliant India. Nature.
Why has Iran stopped the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz?
They want to attack us, they want to target us, so we have to defend ourselves.
They are punishing countries outside the region as well, like India, and like countries in South and East Asia. This is completely unacceptable.
But it amounts more to harassment than anything else. The big problem that they've created now is the closure of the strait.
Ultimately, the main purpose of this exercise is, frankly, to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
We have to watch them carefully and closely as Israelis, but we have also to be patient and understand this is the nature of negotiations when it comes to Iran.
But even with a temporary pause, both are looking for deliverables for their political constituency.
Whenever they've got involved in a war on behalf of somebody else, there isn't been just an altruistic purpose. They've been involved in it for their own purpose as well.
Hi everyone. Well, I just request people in the hall and outside, if you could register yourself so that will help us in segregating all the details. Jessica. Just a small request, if you could just register. And people from outside as well, if they can hear me out and loud, please if you can register. Thank you.
Welcome to this edition of the AI Report.
Not accepted.
You saw me on the field and off the field is like chalk and cheese.
Is leadership acquired or leaders are born?
No guts, no glory, no pain, no gain.
My tendency is to go for magic, not for perfection.
I never give up. I like to win.
If you believe you can, you can.
Just me being here, it's a statement.
You define a concept called against all odds. You seem to be a Destiny's Child. When chips are down, the whole team could have looked up to you, said, Dada is still there.
Every time, whether I scored 100 or a Sachin scored 100 or a Rahul scored 100 or a Sehwag scored 100, the scoreboard said India won.
There is a quality about me, which is why perhaps people feel I'm a perfectionist, because I don't get tired easily.
Let the kids know and the families know that one of the best ways to get a good education, go to a good school and a good college anywhere in the world is if you play a sport well.
How would it be possible for a person, ordinary person, for me to know?
ये acting कर रहा है या ये सच कर रहा है?
ये जो बात है.
I'm not a very good actor in real life. Real life मेरे चेहरे पे दिख जाता है झूठ बोल रही है.
In Germany, the biggest newspaper was written on the first page. This is a finishing from Lothar Matthäus' career. This was motivate me.
I was literally on my phone at home and they're like, oh, we have the results. We suggest that you remove your breasts. And I'm like, wait, what?
When I started stumbling and I started making the mistakes, that I realized that, yaar, now that person who I have not forgiven 2 years back, now I know what he feels like.
Very important understanding of life, that you will only get opportunities if you're good. And if you're not good, don't expect opportunities.
The best example I could ever give is Abraham Lincoln, losing every election he ever had till he won the presidency.
You know, I actually have the feeling that my life hasn't started yet.
We all have two lives. The second one begins the day we realize that we only have one life.
Wow.
What you saw me on the field.
4 मई के नतीजों के बाद मुझे आना ही है.
4 तारीख में रिजल्ट निकालेगा तो देखेंगे ढोलबैंड और लुचिर मतो फूलबैंड.
The last vote is cast. But the battle isn't over. Across 4 states and 1 union territory, alliances shift, strategies unfold, nerves snap. Every second counts, every lead matters, every result can flip the game. The countdown is on for the fastest, sharpest, most decisive results coverage. There's only one destination. News9, in your interest.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Nature is a miracle. Nurture it. Energy is joy. Spread it. Clean air is life. Protect it. Exploring the immense possibilities of natural gas. Gail India Limited. Energizing possibilities for a self-reliant India.
Why has Iran stopped the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz?
They want to attack us, they want to target us, so we have to defend ourselves.
They are punishing countries outside the region as well, like India. and like countries in South and East Asia. This is completely unacceptable.
But it amounts more to harassment than anything else. The big problem that they've created now is the closure of the strait.
Ultimately, the main purpose of this exercise is, frankly, to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
We have to watch them carefully and closely as Israelis, but we have also to be patient and understand this is the nature of negotiations when it comes to Iran.
But even with a temporary pause, both are looking for deliverables for their political constituency.
Whenever they've got involved in a war on behalf of somebody else, there isn't been just an altruistic purpose. They've been involved in it for their own purpose as well.
Welcome to this edition of the AI Report.
Document accepted.
And off the field is like chalk and cheese.
Is leadership acquired or leaders are born?
No guts, no glory, no pain, no gain.
My tendency is to go for magic, not for perfection.
I never give up. I like to win.
If you believe you can, you can.
Just me being here, it's a statement.
You define a concept called against all odds. You seem to be a Destiny's Child. When chips are down, the whole team could have looked up to you, said, Dada is still there.
Every time, whether I scored 100 or a Sachin scored 100 or a Rahul scored 100 or a Sehwag scored 100, the scoreboard said India won.
There is a quality about me, which is why perhaps people feel I'm a perfectionist, because I don't get tired easily.
Let the kids know and the families know that one of the best ways to get a good education, go to a good school and a good college anywhere in the world is if you play a sport well.
How would it be possible for a person, ordinary person, for me to know?
ये acting कर रहा है या ये सच कर रहा है?
ये जो बात है.
I'm not a very good actor in real life. Real life मेरे चेहरे पे दिख जाता है झूठ बोल रही है.
In Germany, the biggest newspaper was written on the first page. This is a finishing from Lothar Matthäus' career. This was motivate me.
I was literally on my phone at home and they're like, oh, we have the results. We suggest that you remove your breasts. And I'm like, wait, what?
When I started stumbling and I started making the mistakes, that I realized that, now that person who I have not forgiven 2 years back, now I know what he feels like.
Very important understanding of life, that you will only get opportunities if you're good. And if you're not good, don't expect opportunities.
The best example I could ever give is Abraham Lincoln, losing every election he ever had till he won the presidency.
You know, I actually have the feeling that my life hasn't started yet.
We all have 2 lives. The second one begins the day we realize that we only have 1 life.
Wow.
What you saw me on the field.
4 मई के नतीजों के बाद मुझे आना ही है।
4 तारीख में रिजल्ट निकालेगा तो देखेंगे बोलबेन और लुचिर मतो फूलबेन।
The last vote is cast. But the battle isn't over. Across 4 states and 1 union territory, alliances shift, strategies unfold, nerves snap. Every second counts, every lead matters, every result can flip the game. The countdown is on for the fastest, sharpest, most decisive results coverage. There's only one destination. News9, in your interest.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Nature is a miracle. Nurture it. Energy is joy. Spread it. Clean air is life. Protect it. Exploring the immense possibilities of natural gas. Gail India Limited. Energizing possibilities for a self-reliant India.
Why has Iran stopped the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz?
They want to attack us, they want to target us, so we have to defend ourselves.
They are punishing countries outside the region as well, like India, and like countries in South and East Asia. This is completely unacceptable.
But it amounts more to harassment than anything else. The big problem that they've created now is the closure of the strait.
Ultimately, the main purpose of this exercise is, frankly, to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
We have to watch them carefully and closely as Israelis, but we have also to be patient and understand this is the nature of negotiations when it comes to Iran.
But even with a temporary pause, both are looking for deliverables for their political constituency.
Whenever they've got involved in a war on behalf of somebody else, there isn't been just an altruistic purpose. They've been involved in it for their own purpose as well.
I request you all to kindly come in and take your seat. We are about to begin shortly. We request all the guests to kindly take your seat. We're about to begin shortly. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to pause, take a moment, and look around. What you see around tonight is not just audience. It's a movement, it's a momentum, and it's a message. I welcome you all to the TV9 Network's initiative, SHEconomy Sundowner, powered by Gail, hospitality partner Grant New Delhi, associate partner Egypt Air, radio partner Red FM, magazine partner Peak Live, comfort partner Pink Polka. Now let's just be honest, for the longest time when we talked about the Indian economy, whenever we referred to women, they were only referred to as a footnote, as a category that needed to be uplifted, or maybe only as a beneficiary. Tonight we are here to retire that physiology, tonight we are here to retire that concept, because India's growth story is not just about men, because women are the authors of it. And women in India today contribute about 18% of the GDP, and this number is fast growing every single day. What they bring to the table is far beyond statistics, which cannot really be quantified. They are building the table and not just taking seat over there. And in many cases, they are also rewriting the rule book entirely. And as entrepreneurs, they are disrupting legacy industries. As investors, they are reshaping capital flows. As policymakers, they are making laws that will define not only this generation, but for many generations to come. Women are no longer on the periphery of India's growth story, they are the growth story. And this evening right here, we are to celebrate them. Over the next few hours, we will hear from some of the sharpest, most accomplished women across businesses, defense, diplomacy, policy, and entrepreneurship. We will have conversation that will challenge the dominant setup, the stereotype that is often spoken about. We will shine a light on pathbreakers who made it easier for those who came after them. And we will honor women whose impact goes far beyond their industry or their title. This is not a conference, not a conclave as such. This is a celebration, but with an intention. So buckle up, because this evening is going to be sharp, substantive, and nothing short of inspiring. Once again, welcome to the SHEconomy Sundowner, a TV9 initiative presented by Gail. And for the first segment, we open tonight exactly where India's conversation must be, in the boardroom. The first panel of the evening is titled, She Means Business, and it goes quite literally. In the last decade, the number of registered women-led enterprises in India has grown substantially. Women-owned businesses are creating millions of jobs, especially at the grassroots level. They are creating grassroots level businesses, opportunities, whether it's an access to capital, market linkages, system support, everything remains still deeply unequal. And tonight, the panel that's going to come first is not here to lament about this. They are here to talk about how they managed to bridge that gap, how they've managed to take many others like them forward. And now we have 4 extraordinary women who will represent the full spectrum of economic leadership. Please put your hands together to welcome Mitali Nikore, Chief Economist, Nikore Associates, Ajayta Shah, founder of Frontier Markets, Tanuja Pandey, Advisor, Maharashtra Tourism Board. Arpana Shahi, Founder and CEO, Gabit. And moderating this session is someone who brings both the rigor and relatability to every conversation. Please join News9's Shweta Kothari.
Thank you. Thank you to all the ladies and a few gentlemen who are present here this evening. Good evening, everybody. She means business, and all the women here today mean business. As my colleague pointed out, women-led startups are growing with each passing day. There are about 2.2 crore women-led startups, MSMEs, that were registered in the last couple of years. Yet, funding for women startups is still abysmal. Only about 2.3% of all the VC funding have come women's way. So, what's really happening here? What are the challenges that women are facing on a daily basis? Of course, there are the boardroom challenges, but then there are cultural issues. By the way, all of which issues some of these women are successfully navigating on a daily basis. So when she means business, let's understand what business really means to her. Let me start with Mithali Nikore. Mithali, good evening. Thank you very much for being here. Let me start with the fact that you've been on the boardrooms, you've been in the panels in G20, you worked at World Bank for that matter. And at what point in your life, in your career, did you decide, no, I'm going to go solo and start on my own? When did the word women become more than just a policy document for you?
So I think, first of all, Shweta, it's so nice to see you in person after all the shows. And
Thank
also
you.
Karthik, it's always just nice to see the entire News9 team in person. There are a few times in the year when we get to do that, so thank you so much for having me. And it's also so special to share this panel with Ajayta because we've been friends for so long, and she had already asked me to come here, and she said, then I told her I'm going to surprise you. So very honestly, to your question, it's hard, right? I always call myself, and I'm sure a lot of people identify with this sentiment of being an accidental entrepreneur, where you didn't really plan that you're going to actually start your own business, where you didn't really plan that you're going to go out on your own. You had a different plan for your life, but life had a different plan for you. And to be very honest, in our industry, in the development sector, it's not really normal to have a woman actually leading a policy think tank. How many policy think tanks do we see here in Delhi or even in any other part of the country which actually have a solo woman founder? There are none. And all of the think tanks are, probably they are told, okay, you can take a funding from here, you can take, why don't you talk about the interests of this group? We actually don't take funding from anybody. We do our own analysis, we look at the data, we form our own point of view, and we put it out there. And it's so difficult because in today's economy, where the development sector per se and policy making per se is facing a tough challenge in the time that we are in, and the financials of the sector are under a lot of strain. It was a hard decision, but at the end of the day, you have got to do it because if you want to tell the truth and you want to give a policy perspective to a decision maker, be it in the government, be it in any of our clients that we work with, be it in the media, you have to be independent. You can't then say, no, I take funding from X, but I'm independent. So you can't do that. So that's how it works.
Okay. Ajayta, building frontier markets mean you are literally hitting the ground running. You are going out there where trust and not tech is the currency. So in your assessment, what was that one rejection failure when you decided, I'm not going to sell to women anymore, I'm going to build for women, I'm going to empower women?
Thank you for that. I'm just going to ditto what Mithali already said in terms of thanking TV9, and it's nice to be in Delhi after Abu Dhabi. So congratulations for launching this here, which is really important. Let me just also maybe quickly say that I am a solo founder, just to be very clear, and I'm very proud of it because sometimes that's what you need, but I do hear you on your point of the challenge. To answer your question, maybe I'll take a step back and give context, right? So frontier markets today, just so everyone knows, because sometimes everyone thinks, is it an NGO? Is it a social business? Are you doing development? No, we are a hardcore for-profit company that has actually built the largest supply chain platform with rural women at the center, becoming digitally transformed sellers that are providing services to millions of families in this country, where the Samsungs to HPs to Flipkarts to Airtel banks of the world are wanting to see this rural woman as an asset, to be needing her to enter rural markets in the country. And 50,000 women today are not only earning serious money because they're part of a business, but they're also delivering services to rural people that are consumers that we're not understanding is Bharat India, but with dignity and impact at scale. And that has unlocked all these different segments of markets. And I'm saying this to answer your question because when I say these things and we talk about rural India, or we talk about women, everyone goes, hi Toba, how are you saying these things? Aren't they bicharis? Isn't it about Nari Shakti? Isn't it Vikshit Bharat? Isn't it about, like, no. It's about the fact that this is a marketplace. These are women and they're assets. And the fact is, if you invest in them in the right way, they become talwar. So when did I make that choice? The longest time over the last 20 years of what I've seen is every time we were creating livelihoods for women or wanting to create opportunities for women in rural India, we said, ki na isko bichari ko kuch kaam de do. Give her something to work on. वो है ना खाना बनाती है, उसको पापड़ बनवा दो. है ना, let's sell it on Amazon. वो है ना अचार बनानी है, let's make an entire market around it. That is bakwas. Acha, you know how to make kapda? Let's make all of you become tailors in the entire country. There's no market to buy it, but let's make it happen. So this is not the way you should see women. I saw that women were actually assets because they were trusted women in the community. They were data collectors, they were insight creators, they were marketeers, and they were facilitators of services. So when I saw that in 2015, how? Because the women were also the ones when they had literally even like 10% more money in their pocket, they were making better choices about how they spend that money for their family. And therefore, we realized that at the end of the day, choose them to become assets and game changers. And that's that moment where we said, aha, if we want to sell to the consumers that make better choices, make sure the people that are selling are the ones that are connected in the right way, and understand them not as sellers, but actually as problem solvers or data center people that change the way you saw business. Business is not just about buying and selling. Business is about relationships, transactions, partnership creation.
All of which women are great at.
We are brilliant at.
Born
and
business.
Time management, multitasking, and everything else in between, right? So that's where I go.
All right. Tanuja, you're a woman leading tourism for Maharashtra. So, run us through your journey. I want to know from you some of the initiatives that you've started where you hit a roadblock essentially because you were a woman and you were a woman in bureaucracy where it's a hard place to be. It's generally a male-dominated system.
Okay, so hi everybody. This journey into an advisory role with the government also started from business. So I had my own business. I created a tech platform, a B2B SaaS platform called MICE Online. MICE means meetings, incentives, conferences, and events, exhibitions. Having been in the tourism industry, I was a German interpreter on conferences. I am a IAS dropout, okay? But today I have come back into the field advising the IAS officers and the government. But the journey started some 30 years ago. Tourism was an accident, but I loved it so much that I decided that this is where I want to be. So when I created this platform called MICE Online, it was all set for takeoff. People told me that this is not going to work. Booking flight tickets and all is fine, but who's going to book 100, 200, 500, 1,000 people conference with you? So that's how it started. It was a fluke accident that brought me creating my own platform, trying to learn coding, because nobody had an idea what to do. It was during this journey, 2018, that the government called me to make the mice policy. Okay. So the journey started in Delhi in 2018, where I was called to make the mice policy, or GR, which is called a government resolution, because I had the expertise in this. And then I was an advisor here in Delhi, and I was also doing my business on the side, because it was a consulting role. And then Maharashtra wanted to do something different. I'm a Marathi, originally born in Mumbai, Pune, but studied in Delhi, JNU. So what happened was the government called me saying that we want to form a convention bureau. Can you help us? And that's how I shifted to Mumbai last year and came on the panel of Maharashtra government. It is tough. What I don't like about my role is I have to de-glamorize myself and go into a sarkari office. I can't look nice. Jokes apart, but yes, I mean, it is a challenge because you're surrounded by people who, number one, do not know what exactly I'm trying to do. Okay. Initially, the first 4 months were very difficult, and I had to forget that I have been a successful entrepreneur. I have been someone. If you Google my name, something comes up. All that does not matter in the government. Thankfully, today, we have some really great IS officers who understand and value. So, not all government work is like, yahan kuch nahi hota. In fact, it's the other way around. I am in the office till 6:30 because something or the others is always happening. So things are changing for the good, but my perspective is that everybody, sits on the fence and keeps saying that ye nahi hota, association say government ye nahi karti, ye nahi hota, but there's nobody who's coming from the outside into the inside trying to tell them how things should work. And I think I took that leap of faith, and I'm quite happy that I'm managing both together.
Wonderful to hear that. Aparna is also a co-founder, and she's in a very competitive wearable business. Aparna, talk to us about your journey, but talk to us more importantly on how difficult it was to be a woman and to be taken seriously by investors.
Hi, great to be here. Lovely evening with, amazing set of women in one room. So I'm Arpana Shahi. I'm the founder of Gabbit. If some of you know of the Smart Ring, that's me. We started this as a mission to add healthy years to people's life. That was where the thought started. And then we realized the way we want to do it is to create a longevity ecosystem where we give you products and services that are very easy and seamless to integrate into your lifestyle. So Smart Ring being one of the products, it's very easy to put on, and you start all of a sudden getting so much more aware of what are your health patterns, what's missing, what's working for you. And then giving you nudges to take action on that through a bunch of AI-powered tools that we have created where we bring together over 150 biomarkers, not just from the ring, but also from smart scales, CGMs, or your blood work. So we have been awarded the best Smart Ring of the year by Amazon, a bunch of other platforms doing really well. So that's where I am today. And to your question on my journey, of course, being a woman and trying to achieve and be at the peak does not come easy. That goes without saying. So any woman that I know around me who has achieved, who has done well, who is known for something, has never got it easy. Which is not to say men don't work hard, but just that women would have worked harder for a similar thing that they had to achieve.
I think we're all nodding.
Yes.
I think we all agree.
Yes. So I think the story starts very early on in our lives. I was preparing for IIT JEE because I wanted to be an engineer. And in my grade, in 11th and 12th, I was the only girl because I had chosen a science section with computer science. And there was, there's a funny story. The first day I looked at the class list. I was like, okay, there's at least one other girl, Ritu. And I entered the room and I realized Ritu is a guy and not a girl. So I was the only one left. And there was actually one other girl, which I didn't realize was a girl. And she literally changed her section. She said, I don't want to study here because, what will we do, just two of us? And she begged me that, Arpana, leave the class. What will you do all alone? But I said, no, this is what I want to do in my life, and I will stay here. So I was very young. I was just in grade 11, so barely like 16 years old. My parents didn't ask me to do that. They didn't even know that there was something like this going on. But I just chose to stay on. And I chose to take on that struggle because I didn't want to compromise on what I wanted to do, what I wanted to achieve in my life. So I think that is at the root of everything that I've experienced. Sorry, you had a question?
So it started that early.
It started
and then you
that
decided
early.
to be an entrepreneur. I'm sure it got tougher from there.
Yeah,
it
everywhere.
never got easy.
Yes, everywhere it's the same story. I went to IIT, so like, you know, it's like 5% of like a whole class strength is girls. So you can imagine the challenges that come so early on, like, you know, and in my department, I was the only girl again. Went to IIM, again, similar ratio, barely any girls around. Went to McKinsey, was the only girl of the 11 kids selected across all the IIMs to have joined McKinsey that year. So the story continues everywhere. But, you know, what I have seen from my own journey is that it starts with that self-belief and that self-confidence. I never doubted myself. You know, I was very confident that you put me wherever, I will find my way, and I don't care who's in the room, who's not in the room. I define what I want to be and where I want to go.
So you've got to be strong-headed, a lot of resilience. But, you know, Mithali, there is a phenomena here. When we are in class 10th and 12th, and every time the board results come out, we see women, you know, performing extraordinary. But by the time they enter college, by the time they enter post-graduation, the numbers start thinning out. Yes. So what's exactly happening here? Why aren't women who are doing very well in education, in primary education, in higher education, not getting a similar representation when it comes to, for that matter, STEM education? Absolutely. You know, where's the gap?
So I think this is a very important question. I'm so glad you asked me this question today because we've just finished a study of girls and women in Delhi. And Delhi NCR is a case study to understand precisely this. That, you know, when you see so many women and girls come into education, complete their education, even complete engineering. I mean, now we've seen a lot of girls actually come into STEM. If you look at the statistics of the Ministry of Higher Education, it tells you that 54% of STEM graduates in India are women. But they are not joining the workforce. Why? Because the STEM graduates are the ones doing PhDs in pure sciences and then going into academia if they work at all. Otherwise, they just simply drop out after their education. So what's happening? When we did this survey, we asked the girls, I said, why are you not joining? One major reason, if you happen to be from a very high income family, you are demotivated from joining the workforce. You don't need to earn. Why are you joining the workforce? That's the first reason. The second reason is, if you happen to be from a middle income family, but you've not done a postgraduate degree or a professional degree, there are hardly any jobs available for just a graduate in today's job market, particularly in cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, etc. So then you're told, go do a post-graduation. But if you're from a middle income family, sometimes parents are not willing to pay for your post-graduation. Sometimes you're told, I can't travel, you know, this much distance to go to a very good postgraduate institute. So I can still do a graduation or my schooling, but to get that professional qualification, I'm not able to travel, I'm not able to commute, even to leave my city, because in many cases, you might have to move cities to pursue a post-graduation, which girls are not being allowed to do. The third reason is, of course, the familiar reason, which is social normative barriers with respect to marriage. Even today, girls across Delhi, and my team is here, you know, in the audience, I would encourage anyone who has questions about our study to ask. We went personally and asked girls across Delhi in affluent neighborhoods. The pressure of marriage is real even today for girls in their early 20s. You've done your graduation, ab shaadi kar lo. Why? Why not at least let them enter the workforce? So what we found in our study is, if you've had 3 years in the workforce, you're less likely to drop out. You're less likely to drop out early on. Maybe you will drop out if you have a child. Then also you'll try to come back. But if you haven't entered the workforce at all after finishing your graduation or post-graduation, it's much harder for you. So that's where the intervention needs to come, just after graduation.
Can I ask a question? Just one specific question around the girls, and I'm very curious, and if you guys haven't done this yet, please do. So the ones that, because you know why they get a good degree or go through school, it's a great resume builder for their bio data, for them to get married to a lovely family, right? Because hamari bhaurani padhi likhi hai, right? And then, however, what we've seen at least is that once she then gets married, if she's getting, depending on where she gets married, she then does get an opportunity to continue pursuing in her husband's world versus her world. And I'm just so curious if you can do a 2.0 study on that to see how many of them that actually then drop out to get married, but then how many of them are actually pursuing and then becoming dual income, especially in an urban context, right? Because I've seen this a lot, at least in Jaipur, Lucknow, and other, let's say, smaller cities, where it's like more middle class, but it'd be very, I'm just curious, right?
No, absolutely.
I'm so excited, Ajayda, we have to do this.
I'm just saying, like, it's a very interesting...
I would be curious to know too, 100%. But can we therefore say, Tanuja, that the ecosystem is not supportive of us? Regardless of all the policy documents that we keep talking about, government initiative, Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, so on and so forth, for some reason it still feels like we haven't empowered women at the core.
I actually beg to differ on this. Maybe it's something cultural or how I've grown up. I have also had an army background. I come from a place called Pune. I think a woman has always been empowered. And I think every woman, whether it's our grandmother or mother, every woman is a businesswoman at heart. I have seen my mom earning something like 1,000 rupees salary way back when I was in 4th or 5th standard. And out of that 1,000 rupees, she used to manage groceries, she used to manage our education, she used to manage our, any extra picnics that we had to do. I grew up in a very middle class family. Still, the way my mom has managed funds and house, the way my grandmother probably managed, I think every woman is a born entrepreneur. She manages the house. That's the biggest business. Why are we getting into these cliches ki, a woman is held back? I think it all depends on the culture and the background that they grow. No matter how many policies that you can make, it is how you grew up, where you grew up, what is your conditioning. That is also a very decisive factor. When I came to Delhi in '93, I was the only girl to step out for education to JNU, that too in Delhi from Pune. There were 100 people who had come to see me off at the railway station. People didn't know what was going around. It was almost like I had joined politics at the age of so many people, one person going and, 100 people to see you off. But what I'm coming back to is, I feel this trend, I think your survey, if you go a little bit towards south, your survey will be different. I have seen women, after marriage, I have seen families being encouraged, encouraging girls to further study, work. So, I think...
so it's a cultural problem. You're saying it's
not a cultural problem,
but
yes, in the north, this particular aspect is higher. As you go Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and down south,
trends change.
Trend changes.
I think I have a different perspective. I have a different perspective.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. I have a slightly different perspective. While I do agree that we are moving in the right direction, and I do agree that fundamentally women are really strong, but I also feel there are these structural kind of like hurdles that they face along the way. And that is not just at the kind of like, level which is at the grassroots level or for the underprivileged women, even for those who are privileged. Just to give you a few examples, like, from my journey, like you had asked, like, at McKinsey, when I was working there, of the 150 odd consultants, when I had joined McKinsey, there were only 2 who were partners. And both of them, one of them had chosen not to marry, and one of them had chosen not to have kids. And I was just married, and I was thinking of what my life would look like. Now, where are the role models for me to kind of plan around? And why did that happen? Because structurally, a place which is very demanding, which requires a lot of travel, it's very difficult to have a family, have a baby, and be in a place like that. And there are many jobs like that where structurally, like, there isn't enough flexibility around, when a woman is going through that phase in her life and she wants to, like, have a baby, like start a family. How are you supporting that? What is the flexibility around that? What's the childcare policy around it? And how are you not penalizing a woman? Forget about a place like McKinsey, in a normal workplace. How are you not penalizing a woman who, let's say, took a break because of her child and now wants to come back in the workflows? That is very, very challenging even today.
So can I jump in and maybe give a holistic perspective
100%.
in two ways?
And I also want your perspective when it comes to rural India, because I think the
we'll go
picture
into
there
rural,
is
but I
very
want to put my investor hat on for a second. I want to put my corporate hat on for a second, and I want to put in my philanthropist hat on a second also. So we will talk about rural India for sure, but just in this context, on a policy level as well, because I mentor about 100 startups, right, in the country, and as an investor, I've seen this space in a really interesting evolution. So I think and it's important, especially in this space, we don't make everything a woman's problem, but we have to also understand that there's an ecosystem reality. So for example, kids that are graduating from STEM or undergrads, especially Gen Z, girl or boy, are having challenges getting jobs right now. Right? It's a separate challenge. And I'm just saying, because sometimes we kind of bleed it saying it's only a girl challenge. It's not. It's actually a holistic challenge, and we have to be very cognizant of this. That's number one. Number two, I would also say that ultimately when I think about, to your point about policy versus culture versus reality, is that on a policy perspective for the startup ecosystem, and I really do want to endorse this country has never done a better, this country is one of the best when it comes to creating an ecosystem for entrepreneurship in a way that, frankly speaking, has not been done before, and that too promoting women, right? Whether it's gem portals, whether it's startup, I'm a part of that entire infra of developing it, so I'm gonna back it, because it's real. So I wanna make sure that we understand that there are policies that are in favor of this. Now coming into the challenges, to the point that you're making, which I think is very valid, is that where we are struggling is around unpaid work, right? It's around house care. It's around full-time jobs, right? A male CEO that wants to devote his entire life around just his baby, which he's allowed to say is his business. A woman cannot do the same thing if she's married and has kids and has a family, etc. She has to balance the entire thing, which is where the challenge comes in a really big way. And I think that there's no policy or structure here right now that is backing that up in the workforce, let alone also that. And this is a struggle for, I imagine for you as well. I have today 500 people now on my payroll, and it's really challenging when a girl gets pregnant, right? What do I do in that situation? Because you have to start thinking about the fact that, like, even the companies aren't getting compensated for talent that suddenly, rightfully so, has to go and take care of their families. So there are issues here in terms of a business dynamic. There was a policy, and I'm not going to name the person, who unfortunately was not our champion, where she thought that when we were talking about menstruation being a reason for why women should be allowed to take sick leave, and she thought we were like degenderizing ourselves or making ourselves look weak, was bakwas in my mind, because sometimes periods are really shitty, and sometimes they are health oriented, and sometimes you do need to be able to see differentiation. Now coming to rural, very quickly, yeah, no, it sucks more for them than anyone else, right? I mean, the fact of the matter is that rural women today, you have this parallel, I don't know, reality. On the one hand, you have all these policies and ecosystems that are saying that we want to build livelihoods and entrepreneurship opportunities, the MSMEs and the nano entrepreneurs and all this work that's happening in terms of rural India. There's $3 trillion available for loans for rural women. Why are they not taking these loans? Because they don't have a proper viable business. The gaps for women in this segment is digital barriers, capacity building, market linkages, right fitment, but also they are still supposed to take care of their kheti, their children, their saas, their dud husband, and whether it's South India or North India, I'll tell you, I worked in South India for a very long time. DMS is a real thing. I'm sorry, Karthik. You're probably one of the few people in this room right now. Of the men that are in this room, there's a few men, hi. But like, we used to call it dud male syndrome, right? Because they were men that literally did not do anything, but they were seen as the kings of the world. So how do you navigate all of that? It is challenging. But one thing I want to put in full circle is it's also what makes us powerful, right? We ultimately are resilient in the way that we navigate. I think rural women for me have always been my inspiration for this reason. These women are talwars because they know how to navigate any chaos. What can we do to bring collectivity or connectivity?
Absolutely.
Ecosystem, capacity building, cheap funding, keyword, and also access to network.
Okay, thank you very much for summing that up. I'm completely out of time, but I have to take one question from each of you, and that is solely to do with the challenges that Ajayta has talked about as an investor, and also the challenges of rural women, regardless of geography, remain the same. Aparna, in your assessment, what are some of the biggest challenges that women in business are facing today?
There's a huge bias when you look at a woman, because you're not looking at that person as an entrepreneur, but you're looking at that person as someone who manages home and family. So I have been asked the question in an investor discussion, but what if you decide to have a second child? So, you know, like, people are not looking at you for who you are and what you bring to the table, but what your other responsibilities are. Similarly, when it comes to hiring, it's the same bias that exists today. And I know that for a fact because I have a big community of, like, you know, other founders and entrepreneurs and CXOs that I speak to. The bigger organizations who have like a lot of budget, they won't think about it. But all these startups, they would think of, oh, this is a girl who's just gotten married. There's a high likelihood she's going to, like, you know, start a family. So let's
and
not,
what happens then?
Yeah, so let's not just, like, you know, get her in the process. So the resumes are, like, you know, filtered out like that.
Absolutely.
And that's a huge structural bias against women. And I think, like, you know, unless we fix that in a structural way, the opportunities won't be
structurally,
equal.
I think, Mithali, we're still dealing with the basics here. You know, we're dealing with what happens if this woman, you know, drops out of the workforce, who do we hire, what happens to our output then. So while we talk about, you know, big policy initiatives, we are dealing with very basics here. Childcare, women who are likely to get married, take some time off, likely to have a kid, take some time off, and corporates are still not hiring enough women for that matter.
See, the thing is, the way we are designing our solutions also is not taking markets into account. So a lot of times when, say, for example, even the government, and I've been with, you know, a number of the ministries while advising on this, they get a feedback, you know what, we need 6-month maternity leave. Sure, for women's health, we need 6 to 8 months or maybe even more than that. But does the cost of that leave have to be put onto the company, especially onto a startup or an MSME, which is already struggling with working capital? And what if that startup or MSME is run by a woman herself, right? How do you finance that situation? So what we have been arguing for and advocating for the last 10 years with different governments is a parental leave fund, where you put a gender-neutral parental leave, let the couple decide how they want to split it, have a contribution from the employer, have a contribution from the government as well, in the case of low-income, you know, people who are working, and also have, you know, a sort of maternity leave or parental leave insurance product. Similarly, it can be done for social security as well, because social security is a big challenge for women-led MSMEs. So we need markets around these issues.
Okay. Tanuja, I still agree that we haven't empowered women. I know you disagree with me, but I do think, you know, barring some of us who are living in the right ecosystem, have been born to parents who are liberal, are allowed to defer, you know, timelines when it comes to getting married, having kids. Women essentially are still dealing with basics. These are basic systemic issues that many, many women are dealing with. All of us are lucky here in this room. I think we'll all agree on that, but not many women are.
No. It's not that I didn't have my share of problems. I've dealt with all of this as well. When I was in a job, when I decided to become an entrepreneur. What I'm saying is that while we have policies, I still believe that, you know, we have a long way to go as India. In Maharashtra tourism, I can tell you for sure that we have certain schemes and policies which empower rural women more than the urban women, okay? And I still really feel that the rural women are more empowered, yeah? They are. Trust me, I also see them every day whenever I go to my visits.
Okay.
The challenge here, you know, especially I'm talking about India, and I again come back to our original DNA of cultural roots. Here we still see a candidate as a woman and a man, and we say, not on the merit, we say, oh, she's far more meritorious than the man. But we will think about all these issues that happened.
Absolutely.
But this would not happen in Sweden. This would not happen in Paris. So if
100%.
that
So
can
it's
happen,
a cultural, it's a cultural problem.
You know, we have to accept.
So a variety of barriers
deep-rooted.
here that we still
that
have to climb over. Unfortunately, we've completely run out of time. I've been told 20 times now to wrap up. Thank you very much, ladies, for being here. Thank you for joining us this
Give us a
evening.
positive note. I don't like ending on this negativity. Do it.
Give you what?
Give a positive note.
Oh, okay. So we're going to give a positive
Business
note.
women. She means business.
She means business, and so many of us here, business women. I think this is a testament to the fact that we're getting there. Even as challenges persist, we are getting there eventually, making progress with each passing minute. As my colleague pointed out, we are contributing about 18% to the economy, and that number is going up steadily with each passing minute. I hope that does justice to what we are doing. Thank you very much, ladies, for taking time out.
Thank
you. Over to you, Samia. We do have some gift hampers.
I was going to say before the gift.
That's the positive note.
Wait, there's like per person?
So we get a photo clip and we'll then take the tray back and we'll pack it up for you.
Well, that was a riveting conversation to start the evening with. Certainly, women are breaking barriers and challenging the dominant narrative. But we are going to be keeping with She Means Business. Thank you to all the panelists and our moderator, Shweta Kothari. But Shweta, if I could have you here on the stage before we can get on to the next session. In keeping with the She Means Business, I want to ask you, when you have a room full of women achievers like this, they are all telling their own stories, while there are so many such stories that are yet to be written as well by younger women who are all looking up to you as achievers, as telling their stories, where do you feel in your career as well that there has been a missing link about messaging is concerned about these women achievers? Why does it not
That's
reach
a lovely
to the
question, because
rural women?
You know, messaging. Let's talk about messaging for that matter. Samia, one of the things that we've heard growing up is that women can have it all. How many of you have been told women can have it all? By a show of hands, that women can have it all. Okay, so that's about 50%. Can women have it all? I don't think so. You know, I was listening to Indra Nooyi once, who rightfully said, let's break the chain. Stop telling women that we can have it all. Stop building role models out of us. Start treating us like humans who are fallible. That we make mistakes, that we can't possibly have it all, that we have to let go of some part.
And that there is nothing called a work-life balance.
Absolutely.
It ends up being a juggling game where one side of your life takes priority over the other side, and that's how we sail through. We are going to be in keeping with She Means Business, go on to our next panel, as it's one of the most significant forces that is shaping India's social economy, which is philanthropy, but with a purpose. Our next guest leads one of India's most impactful foundations, working at the intersection of community development, women empowerment, and nation building. As the chairperson of the M3M Foundation, one of the largest CSR platforms in the real estate sector, Ms. Payal Kanodia has channeled resources, energy, and vision towards creating measurable change for thousands of families. Please welcome back, Shweta is right here, and joining her in conversation is Ms. Payal Kanodia, the chairperson, M3M Foundation. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Payal here needs no mention. As my colleague pointed out, she is, as a matter of fact, the chairperson of one of India's largest CSR initiative when it comes to real estate. So she's done wonders for women by the way of her foundation. Payal, I have to begin by asking you, you are leading a firm, but you're also born into a family that's leading a firm. Did it make things easier for you, or was it harder for you to prove your merit, to get men in the boardrooms listening to you?
A very valid question to start with, and I thought so it would come to me like that. The previous panel, I think we were talking about how things are difficult for women, and women are not easily accepted in businesses or in workplaces, whether it's a job or a business or a startup or an MSME. I think my story is no different. I went on to study medicine. And then after coming back, I thought I want to now contribute to my family business, and I joined my family business. One, real estate, 12 years back now. It is a male-dominated business, and women were not easily accepted in business back then. And also, I had a label that I was the chairman's daughter. So, I came with that label, oh, madam to kya hi kar lengi. So yes, it wasn't easy to be accepted in the workplace. It wasn't a cakewalk for me. I had to prove my worth. But the good part was that the men in my family, they always believed in me. They always believed in my potential. And they always said that we know one thing for sure, that if you put your hand in it, you will end up acing it. But at workplace, to the teams, to the people, I had to prove my worth that, okay, if I'm sitting on this chair, there's a reason I have it.
And, at what point in your philanthropy journey did it become personal for you? Because it was largely institution, you were born into that family. And as you mentioned, the men around you were your champion. So it was relatively easy at the beginning, but when did it really become personal for you?
Honestly, social work was always very personal to me. It wasn't being done the way I wanted to do it. Like in every business family, you do some kind of charities here and there. Those were happening, but myself having seen the real ground while I was working as a medical practitioner, I think I really wanted to make a difference. And with the kind of resources that I had at hand, and the workforce that we were catering to, because the migrant laborers that work for us behind the scenes, they are constructing our buildings, they are making the homes that we design, that we dream of. So I used to often go and do the site visits and see those labor hutments. That's when it came to me that why not start using my medical knowledge here with these people right here and do some good to them, because they were living in very bad conditions. Their hutments were not sanitized, their living conditions were very poor. The health of the women, to that extent that the pregnant women were not even going to PHC, CHCs for their basic checkup. Okay. The maternal checkups, the vaccines, nothing was happening. It started there and happened. So then 7 years back is when I decided to formally establish M3M Foundation, give it a formal structure, and start working at a much larger scale, because I realized that I was not putting my resources to the right use and not efficiently getting the outcome 100% by doing it all alone.
Right.
So I need an organization for this now.
Okay. And I want to know what you did there with M3M, but also with us, amidst us is Meenakshi Lekhi. She's the former Minister for State for External Affairs and Culture and a Member of Parliament. Thank you very much, ma'am. Let's give her a very loud round of applause, please. All right, coming back to you with M3M Foundation, So you said you went around and you realized that women were not getting the kind of treatment that they should. Some of these pregnant women were not even going to PHCs. So I believe your medical degree came handy there?
It started with that, but I think then the purpose became larger, and that's when you asked, when did the purpose became personal? That's when this purpose became more personal to me. It started with children and women. It went on to youth. And now I think while working in 1,300 villages across India, it's just become a national purpose for me.
Okay. And so you started M3M Foundation about 3 years ago.
7 years ago.
7 years ago. That's a long time. What were some of the biggest hurdles that you came across when you were dealing with women, when you were trying to help women through your philanthropy efforts? What were some of those challenges when it comes to mindsets, for that matter?
Honestly, I would not want to call them challenges. I think these people were really hungry for someone to come and understand them in a very humanitarian way. The humility was missing. The belief was that, someone would come, ask us questions, give us food, and vanish. There were no promises that were fulfilled. There were dreams that were shown to them. But there was nobody to actually help them make them achieve those dreams. So more than challenges, it was about, they wanted to see consistency. They wanted to be heard. They wanted to be understood. So when I started working, the first thing that I started doing was sitting with these people, understanding their real needs. One is I start with the perception, education, children, education comes first to your mind. But when I sit down there, they say that, my child doesn't even have shoes to wear. School is the last thing on my mind. We don't even have food. We don't even have a hygienic home to live in. So it starts from as basic as that. And this definitely is not a challenge. This is just about giving them a ear and understanding their needs and taking it right from there.
So you met many women, you tried helping many women. What were some of those transformational journeys that really surprised you, that really touched you at the core?
Honestly, every single journey that I have lived personally with the beneficiaries has touched my heart. Like, for example, there were 3 sisters and their father died at a very young age. Mother was struggling. And they came to me and they said, Didi, humko na silai seekhna hai. I was like, but why do you want to quit education and study, learn silai? Why do you want to learn this? They said, because our mother works alone and she cannot afford 3 sisters. So before we get married, I think it's better that we learn this. And at least if one of us works, 2 others can study. That story really, really moved me. And I thought that, the point is very valid. And if one sister has a skill, the load on the mother would go down. They would have healthy food in the family. They would have family income to support the 2 other sisters' education. Why not? And there's so many more stories like that which have touched my heart very, very deeply and which have honestly pushed me to go beyond my limits and do work.
And so, you're working at the grassroots. What are some of those challenges that you find exist between intent and impact? So while there's an intent to help as many women as you can, and you have, as a matter of fact, touched across 13,000 villages, that's a huge number. But what are some of those challenges when it comes to implementation of your own foundation's policies and schemes on the grassroots?
So again, the biggest thing that comes in the way when you spread across such a huge geography is language barrier. Understanding the needs of the local people. So down south, when we go down, we don't understand their language, they don't understand our language. To understand their needs become a little difficult. Establishing trust. We've met somebody once, we also have a partner organization to work with us locally. But to understand the real need, then to design a program around that, to really design something to meet that need of that community, to meet that need of that society. And then executing that program on the ground, so much so that by the end of it, if 3 years or 5 years down the line, you as an organization have to move out, how will that program now sustain and the continuity will be maintained? I think that is the biggest challenge. And keeping that in mind, when we design our programs, the idea is to make people self-sufficient, independent, and of course, make them reach that level where the next generation automatically gets supported by the previous ones.
And so before I wrap up, Dr. Payal Kanodia, if there's a young woman watching you today somewhere, what should she take away from your journey? You discussed very early on that you're faced with this question, or you were born into privilege, but you also had to work very hard to establish yourself, to make yourself seen and make yourself heard as a serious contender in a real estate business which is largely dominated by men. What would your message be to that young girl who's watching you today, wants to join philanthropy, wants to make an impact? How should she start? What would be her challenges?
Honestly, my message would be whatever we wish to do in our lives, whatever we aspire to do, the first thing where it begins and we girls or women are never taught is self-love. The day we are born, I think our life is written in the name of others. You have to serve your family, you have to serve the society, you have to go to other home and take care of the other family, then you have children, you have to take care of your children.
The othering of women, huh?
Yes. We're never taught to grow with ourselves, love ourselves, live for, your own self. The moment this body, this soul is full of love, I think you can spread love, happiness, and whatever you've come to give to this world, you will be giving in a very fulfilling way. पूरी जिंदगी देते देते हम खुद इतने खाली हो जाते हैं कि हम किसी को देने लायक नहीं बचते.
Okay.
So that's where I think the strongest thing is self-love. When we love ourselves, we are full of love and we can always spread love, light and happiness.
Okay, so I think we're going to end with that nugget of wisdom. Love yourself because, just as they say in aviation, you help others before you help yourself before you help others. So love yourself, and perhaps that's the way you're going to love others and be able to make an impact in the world. Thank you very much, Dr. Payal Kanodia. We do have a small gift hamper there for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now have the honor of welcoming a leader who has represented India on the world stage with extraordinary grace and conviction. Ms. Meenakshi Lekhi is here with us. She's served as a Member of Parliament and as a Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture. And in the Government of India during her tenure, she's played a key role in advancing India's global diplomacy, cultural outreach, as well as diaspora engagement, and India's soft power, something that we are very proud of here. It is our honor to invite her to the stage, Ms. Meenakshi Lekhi, former Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture, to kindly address this gathering.
Hello, good evening, my lovely ladies, and some bit of men at the back, which is what a pleasant sight. Normally they are the ones in the front and ladies are at the back. So to break that stratification, the gentlemen who have supported the cause, let's cheer for them first. And for ourselves. Everybody needs to cheer for oneself. And louder, please. So good evening, and lovely being here, meeting all achievers, and the ones who are watching us are also achievers, recognizing their contribution, recognizing our mothers and grandmothers and great-great-great-grandmothers who gave us the value system, who gave us the family, who allowed us to be ourselves and recognized our potential. So when we recognize others, we also recognize ourselves. Because if I say, I am this, that, I don't think it brings any credit to me. What brings credit to me is we do this, and we make this, and we were blessed with this. And always including others is very much part of our life understanding, and a sense of contentment. I agree to the extent that we need to focus on ourselves, because only when you're happy and healthy can you support anyone else. And multifarious roles that women end up performing, it requires a sense of happiness and contentment. So that much focus is very, very essential. But then the question again comes, what makes us happy? The families, the people around us, the work we want to do. We are not the types who will be happy by ourselves. We need an atmosphere, an ecosystem which keeps us happy. So happiness is not independent of the society. Happiness is not independent of the workspace. Happiness is not independent of the families we come from. And happiness is not independent of the biology that we all have. And in terms of biology, I always say, you know, you need to understand the female hormones, because what all phases she goes through in life, happiness is directly linked to her physical being. And thankfully, we had a doctor speaking before me, and the doctor in her statement very candidly put it across that she, as a person who's chairing a foundation, would talk about, you know, contractors will get the labor, but the labor will also have women, including pregnant women who have not had vaccination, who are not going to primary health center, whose hemoglobin is probably low and they are carrying loads on their head, and there is no one to take care of the children. So all the things that we read in the papers, POSCO to this, to that, the vulnerability of young children, and if happens to be a female young children, not that male are safe, but those kind of things do create problem, and that brings stress. So stress is both mental and physical, and I would say for us to be happy, to live a stress-free life is very, very important. So one, I would say, the feeling of being complete, the feeling of a family, a happy workspace. And these are not easy things to maneuver. These are not easy areas to work in those spaces, because when it comes to female participation, especially in the workspace, it is lower than men. We are close to 30%, 2% here or 2% above, 32 or 28 or 34. So 2 to 4% right and left. So as it is, your representation is low. As it is, when you're going through certain difficulties at home, that's not something you can discuss in the office. Internet has its own challenges. While it makes our job easy by giving us flexi hours, online shopping to online services, at the same time it also makes our life difficult, because for the working women, 24/7 connectivity, 24/7 availability, 24/7, the work-life balance is impaired totally. And that impairment has a very high cost to pay, because you can't tell your bosses that, look, 8 hours are over and I'm not available. Here on, my time with my children or my time with my family is important, so I'm busy with them and I'm baking a cake, or I'm taking family out for a vacation or something. It's just not allowed, because internet is there, so you better stay connected, and whatever draft needs to be done, you make that on the phone if computer is not with you. So end of the day, things which can give us happiness are the ones which are causing displeasure also. And this work-life balance, normally when people would put that question to me, they say, oh, how do you manage, and you have a fantastic work-life balance. I say, no. Sorry, life is not like that. Life is always imbalanced. So you go one streak or you go the other streak. Sometimes you're neglecting family because of the work, or sometimes you are doing work and neglecting the family, or family, you're neglecting the work. Whichever way, pick your time. So it depends on the time, prioritization, and then you kind of work. Recently, we've had a failure in the parliament. And I want to discuss that a little bit. You see, you must understand, as all of you would have felt, that there is an unseen stratification in society. It's not seen, but it exists. And all women who step out of the family, and even within the family, understand that. Innately, they have that quirky feel that, look, in that stratification, it's a pyramidal structure. And in that pyramid, there is a hierarchy. And in that hierarchy, I always say, the last person in the last row is always a woman. अंतिम पंक्ति का अंतिम व्यक्ति कोई और नहीं, एक महिला है. और वो अंतिम व्यक्ति, अंतिम पंक्ति में जो महिला है, हम जो भी काम करें, ज़रा उसका ध्यान रखते हुए करें कि क्या उसको हम फ़ायदा दे पा रहे हैं. Are we able to help that person who's the last person in the last row? So anything that my young achiever friends have been able to successfully do in their life, I would just insist that when you look at the last person in the last row, and that impoverished face which stands before all of us, who's looking for her child's admission, her own health care, a cancer-peedit husband, or a widow, or a young daughter who has to be left alone at home because mother's working. Those are areas which, as a feminine eye, we can always pick on. We can always understand that there is, you know, whoever is working with us as women, we know what's happening, and we can always ask that, kya problem hai, what's going on, and can I help, and can I support? That's what I feel all of us need to look out for. As people, we need to look out for such vulnerability amongst our folk, and especially the younger ones. Young girls who come out to work, there are all kinds of stresses they go through in life. Their own, sometimes physical being, sometimes the medical challenges, sometimes problems at home, sometimes eve teasing to whatever else, or other form of exploitation. We, as women who are in position of power, need to stand up and support those women who look up to us and are more secure in our company. So give that protection and a sense of belongingness to other girls who may be in a vulnerable condition at certain age and time. I'm not saying we can't be the mothers, and no replacement for a mother. But as an elder friend, as an older person who's seen more life, I can genuinely feel that I look at faces and I know there is stress. I know there is a challenge. I know somebody needs a little bit of support. Somebody just needs to be seen with you, just driving around with you, just needs a pat on the back before entering her office space or entering her in-laws' house. We know it. By instinct, we know it. So that support should be made available, because whatever we have achieved is because there were a whole lot of men and women who supported us. So always remembering those who supported us, it's time for us to give it back to the ones who need that support. Because who knows which Kalpana Chawla is coming out of the youngsters we are meeting, what kind of medicine that girl is going to generate to save the mankind, what kind of nutrition she's going to prescribe so that people don't fall sick, or what kind of caring and reporting to working, creating a media buzz. We don't know. We don't know the potential. So all women who are full of potential need to be recognized for their potential and need to be given that opportunity. And we owe it to the society to give that opportunity to them. So recently what we saw in the parliament also amounts to giving no opportunity or lack of opportunity. At best, it is lack of opportunity. At worst, it is giving no opportunity. People will look at me and ask that, oh, you made it, so can others. But the answer is not in this. I could make it because I would always say that I was lucky many ways. I had a decent background where I was not struggling for finances, where I did not have to spend that much of time at home and could manage things. And people, I never take credit because I know there are others who bore the brunt of me being out. And that is what we all need to understand. Women in their reproductive ages, in caring ages when they have to care for the family, will always find it hard to step out. Because neither the circumstances, nor the finances, nor the age or the biology will allow their exit from the structuring of society. At the same time, it is that time when they need to build careers, or they take a sabbatical and come back. So taking a sabbatical and coming back always requires higher amount of learning, higher amount of grit to make it happen. Because if you take a break, you need to be really strong to come back, and you should do that. Because being a mother itself is something which is a biological necessity for all of us, and I completely understand and second that. So women in politics, especially, is a difficult task because you're not adequately compensated for what you do. So you need a financial backup. You have more to give, sometimes not recognized, not appreciated for all that you do. So those are deep challenges because you really don't add much value to the family or the space you come from. So it's just your personal desire, aspiration to be, to do what you wish to do. And that personal aspiration is a challenge. So the structure is such that after almost 80 years of our independence, ideally 33% is nothing. About 40% women should have been in the parliament or in the legislative body. But the fact is, highest number of women in the parliament has been only 17%. Actually less than 17% also, 16.67%. That's the highest. Normally 12%, 14%, 13% or less. So with that kind of numbering, what should ideally happen did not happen. So artificially you create an opportunity. Artificially you create an opportunity thinking that, okay, 543 seats in the parliament exists, in the Lok Sabha exists. So when delimitation needs to happen and the number of seats need to go up, because number of seats as per population ratio every 10 years should go up. For last 40, 50 years, we've not had delimitation. And every time, every government just extended, did not do the delimitation. So delimitation is what you do so that 543 men who are sitting in the parliament, or close to that, whatever number, and the ones who contested on those seats identify themselves with those seats. So when you increase the number, they will not be the ones poking spokes to bring down the people. So when increase of the number of seats need to happen, that 33% we could assign for women. And little more women will come off there, you know, from the other seats. That was the whole idea. And this was agreed upon, by the way. In 23 Act, linking of seats with the delimitation was agreed upon. And everything, how the rollout needs to happen is what the recent amendments were proposed for the constitutional amendment and all. And we saw every attempt to fail that. And saying 543 may say do. And you think those who have not given it for 80 years will give out of 543? Anybody who thinks they will give? If they are not willing to give it in the increased number, will they give it out of 543? So within the party you'll have problems. Every party. Forget A, B, C, D, E. Because no party has done it. So first time there was an attempt to give it. And even there, a failure goes to show why it is important to get that 33% reservation. It only seconds that that this reservation is important so that this reservation actually brings forward the people that and gives an ideal number or something to emulate or something to establish certain things in the society. And interesting enough, I'll share another story with you. I used to chair this JPC, which was on Personal Data Protection Act. And 23, the act was brought out post amendments in this and that. We were just sitting and chatting in one of the lighter moments. Every act you pick up, every law you pick up, it says he, and he includes she, right? So I just joked and I said, you know, but she includes he. Look at the spelling, right? So why can't we write she everywhere, even if it's symbolism? Why can't we write she and say she includes he? And lo and behold, that happened. And the best was I did not even look at the act for such a long time because, you know, lawyers, till you are paid for doing some work, you're not interested in reading. So I'd written the report, submitted, never even looked up when the act got passed. I was like, yeah, ha, theek hai, ho gaya. Recently, I was at a college and speaking on AI, and suddenly I said, just get me the IT Act. I haven't even seen it after being passed. So I looked it up, and I still remember the definition clause 4Y, which says she, and she includes he, and all the genders. So I was very pleased with this change, because this is the first law where this change has happened. So when you say things from a position of power, government listens to you. And it is for this that we need women in position of power so that they get heard, and their wiring, their neuron operates differently from men. And it's not a question of which is right and which is wrong. Both can be right and both can be wrong. Or each one can be right at certain time and each one can be wrong at certain other time. But the fact is that a holistic view for the society is important, that each one gets to be heard. And when each one gets to be heard, both in the corporate sector, in, say, even construction, and I always joke about it. I say, you know, to have female architects is so important so that at least we get the right toilet seats. To have women engineers is so very important in design, not only from the colorful perspective of the phones, etc., but what the size of the phone should be. Most of the cell phones are built for larger hands, and it is painful. It impacts our shoulders. So participation of women will only strengthen society. It will not strengthen women per se. Women are 50%. So whether it's economics, I know today we are discussing shenomics. So whether it's economics, whether it's workforce participation, it's caregiving, it's policy making, it's, you know, skill sets, it's vendors, it's a bhaji seller or a woman at the vending stall. From top to bottom, we need participation of women, and women who are skilled, who are valued for who they are, what they are, not just how they look. And for that reason, the preservation of skills, especially India being India, I just will say a few more lines on that, especially considering that whenever we are looking at our own history, I think India will do better by looking inwardly at our own value system than looking extrovertly outside, because our own examples are far more powerful than any other example in the world. And I'm not going to talk about Apala and Gayatri and Gargi and ancient period. I'll talk about the worst period for mankind, and that is medieval period. Medieval period is the one where the West saw witches being burnt on altars, where women rights were not existent. Asia, especially the West Asia and all, we are seeing the impact till date. You need to dress a certain way, you need to look a certain way, etc., etc. But even at that awful time, India offered better positioning for women. So 1450, 48, whatever, middle of 15th century. We had Rani Abakka in this country who challenged the Portuguese who were attacking India. And she burned those ships by using, they call it Agni Ban, but I would call it missile, some sort of missile technology that you throw it from a distance, what we are seeing in Hormuz these days. You know, from a distance you can destroy a ship, so something will go and light it on fire. We saw Rani Chinnamma from Belgavi, Karnataka, who killed the first British officer and sent him packing. We saw, of course, Jhansi Ki Rani, everybody knows, but that is much later, 1857. Before her, preceding her by a few hundred years, 1700 something, and we have Ahilyabai Holkar. So Naika Devi, we've got such a huge number of women rulers, administrators, laws pertaining to women, right of women on property, right of women to property on having a deceased husband, right of women to get property from their sons and all, when women were not even recognized as individuals by the West. Very few people will know that. Women were not recognized as individuals who could even enter into a rent agreement. Forget about having a property right. But all of us do not know this. We do not know our own jurisprudence, our own society, our own legal system. And we are always looking to other countries, other cultures, other civilizations to seek a validation. The point I'm making is, stop seeking validation from anyone. Look who you are, the strength you have, and what you bring on the table is no one can match it. And that is who you are, and that is what you can give to the world, and that is why we are all celebrating you. With these words, thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, madam, for your candor, for your conviction, and for all the wisdom. May I please invite my colleague Shagarika Bhattacharya, GM Creative Services, to kindly felicitate Ms. Lekhi. Ma'am, may I please request you to take the chair? My colleague Samia Kapoor will be joining us from the audience, and she has a few questions for you, as well as the audience. Please feel free to ask questions of Ms. Meenakshi Lekhi.
I can't let go of you, ma'am, without asking a few questions. Old
Please.
habits die hard. I have covered ma'am in the parliament as a parliamentarian, followed her political journey as well, covered her in the elections. So I have to ask you a few questions, ma'am. You spoke about the women reservation. I want to ask you, what do you make of the demand for reservation within political parties? Like all these political parties who are coming together, whether they want to vote in favor or not is a different matter. But what happens when it comes to giving women the tickets to contest elections from the very same political parties? It's not about BJP, Congress, TDP, it's about everybody alike. Do you think, ma'am, that there is a need or the time for them to provide this sort of a reservation so that there is equal opportunity within political parties?
So let me just say on behalf of BJP first. So BJP feels that the training of a political leadership is very important. Whether it's men or women, it's a cadre-based party, so you join at a certain level and you rise to whatever you become, whatever becomes of you. And within the party structure, BJP gives 33% reservation to all the posts. right from Mandal to Pradesh to national, 33% are women. So if there are, say, 3 general secretaries, 1 is a woman. If there are 5, the 2. If there are vice presidents, which are 5, the 2 will go to women, like that. So there is a certain amount of leadership within the party. When I was younger, I was of the firm view that there should be 33% reservation as per the list by the political party. Like 33% Congress gives to women, 33% BJP gives to women, 33% TMC gives to women, so on and so forth. That's how I felt when I was younger, and I was a firm votary that this will bring more equal opportunity, only to realize later that the bill where 33% reservation for women in the present format has been agreed upon. Yeah. Now, whether you choose this format or that format, each one will have their own benefits or not benefits. Parliament could have voted for a different side, which it has not. It has accepted the format that 33% reservation for women is needed so that women, and in fact I was the opposite view, that why should women contest against women and women not contest against men, so that our percentage can go up to 40%. But the other, the other conversation which women from other parties only spoke to me when I was conducting a workshop within the parliament where a whole lot of people from legislative assembly across the country had come. They said, "Ma'am, हारने वाली सीटें हमको देंगे वो." So don't say that 33% reservation should be for within the party, because then women from each party will get out, and the number may actually go down drastically. So it's better that at least when women are contesting against women, 33% to aa hi jayenge. So for that reason, stick to this formula and do not talk about idealistic formula that parties should give. And I was actually of the opinion the parties which do not give 33% reservation to women, they should be de-recognized by ECI. I would go to that extent. But knowing the practical side of how politics operates on the ground, the formula has already been agreed upon. And the formula is 33% of seats need to go to women. So I shall rest my debate there. Whatever be my personal opinion, that is rested. And the other opinion which is accepted is what I will go for, because I want women to come forward and get into parliament, no matter which party they come from.
Absolutely. Would anybody else want to ask a question? Yes, please.
Thank you so much for that. And just kind of building off of that, I know you have a question, so I'm going to, but I have 2 different questions. One question is around accountability. So when we talk about, when the reservations debate was coming up, a comment that came out was also about, well, there are existing women parliamentary members already. And when we think about the legislation that has been around, more favoring around gender, whether it's around home care, or looking at social work percentages, et cetera, we didn't necessarily see favoritism coming in from a women parliamentary member versus not. So how are we measuring the effectiveness of having a women parliamentary member versus a male in terms of accountability when we're thinking about the overall population need for women that we've been talking about even in our earlier panel? So that's a first question, our accountability of even the existing. And the second is, in the rural context, I've been a part of, for many years, working on, training women to become sarpanches, right, in rural India. And what we always noticed time and time again was women would show up for the trainings, but there was always an SP Sahab behind them. And when we asked the question, ki SP Sahab kaun hai? We learned that SP Sahab wasn't a police officer, it was Sarpanch Pati, right? So Sarpanch Pati is always there. So again, how are we thinking about the accountability in your perspective of what it takes to go get the pati out and actually make sure you're creating stronger rural even women leaders? Yeah?
Fantastic question. So starting with the Sarpanch Pati phenomena first, and accountability. So accountability for every politician, irrespective of gender, is a must, for men as well as women. And if we have incompetent men, we can have some incompetent women also. That's my take. Each one equally good or equally bad. There are competent people, there are incompetent people, irrespective of gender. So I will not judge women extra. I will judge them as much as I will judge any politician, good or bad. Depending if I have to vote, I will vote for a competent person irrespective of gender. That is so far as people's perception about accountability is. We started with 83rd, 84th Amendment in this country, where we said 33% women at the grassroots are important. And we ended up having up to 50% women in certain panchayats. Prime Minister Modi, when was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, started a novel phenomena where he said that there are going to be Nirmal panchayats. If a village tends to send 100% women as sarpanches and panches, then that village will get extra grant. So if 5 lakh is monthly grant for a village panchayat, a panchayat which sends 100% women panches will get, say, 7.5 lakhs or 10 lakhs. So to encourage more women participation, and the result was when women came to power, within the family structure, while the show-off of the dominance continued, but within the family structure, she gets extra positioning within the family structure. And, you know, at least all kinds of things, gender-based violence to many things which happen, got controlled. And over a period of time, the DM Saab also started saying, Sarpanch Pati ki madam is the Sarpanch, you wait outside. So he had to wait outside. He may be accompanying her, but had to wait outside while the woman was the one taking decisions. The guy became virtually an escort to escort her to the office and take her back. So within the family, he remains the man and he controls it, at least it looks. But the fact is, woman has her own maneuverability within the system where she's the decision maker, that the money will go for a school, or the money will go for a water pipe, or for cleanliness, or for vaccination, etc., etc. So that decision making is very much a feminine decision making, because men were out at that time and they were not part of the decision making. And I think that's what has made a difference, that today at least we have more than 1 million+ women at the grassroots, and the politics of India at the grassroots is managed by women, which is the highest number in the world, by the way. Unfortunately, if you check the world numbers, and I've said it more than once, the real work which impacts families and society is education, healthcare, roads, water, air. Those are the things which influence the common man. So whether you send a rocket to the space or not is direct, I mean, it is related, but directly not impacting the people we are talking about. The people we are talking about is, mere ghar ki nali kidhar ja rahi hai? Where is the sewage or the drain is going to be? Whether the child gets a chat over the head, whether when snow falls, there is a roof and the school is continuing or not. Those are the things which impair and impact. Now, those decisions have fortunately shifted to the feminine hands a lot more participation in decision making. And that's a welcome aspect. So you see a greater democratic process at the grassroots and greater participation. Mistakes can happen from either side, not defending feminine gender over the male gender, because both could be equally bad or good, equally corrupt or not. But why should a certain percentage of people be kept out of the political structure? That is the question, and that's where social accountability becomes imperative and 33% becomes imperative. Because at the grassroots, if you compare the number, India has the highest number as compared to any municipality in the world, anywhere else, which is impacting their lives also. So this, had it not been for the tweaking of the law, this wouldn't have happened. Similarly, if it is not going to be tweaking of the law for the parliamentary participation or the legislative body participation, is not going to happen. We will struggle for 50 more years or 100 more years. We don't know. So to keep it low, we need to do it. I think we are through with it. Yes. I hope I've made sense, a little longish answer, but I couldn't have done a more crispier way.
Thank you very much. A loud round of applause for Ms. Lekhi here for sparing time, for being with us today. Ma'am, may I request you to please be on stage for a couple of more minutes, because we do have our next round, which is the much-awaited award round. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now arriving at one of the most meaningful parts of this evening, the SHEconomy Sundowner Awards, because inspiration without recognition is incomplete. And tonight, we shine a light on women who've not just succeeded in their fields, but who've also done so in the ways that make it seem easier, possible, and more imaginable for every woman.
Absolutely, and these are path breakers, they are the change makers, the quiet trailblazers, the women who didn't wait for permission, but took charge of their lives to make a difference. To present the awards for this segment, please get your hands together for Ms. Meenakshi Lekhi, the former Minister of State for External Affairs, and we begin the first set of awards now.
All right, so our first awardee is Dr. Payal Kanodia, Chairman, M3M Foundation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Payal Kanodia. And please get your hands together. It's my honor to call on stage herbal beauty pioneer, Ms. Shehnaz Hussain. We've all grown up looking at this beauty icon, and clearly she doesn't age. That is the secret of her herbal beauties.
And the next name in our set of awardees is Mithali Nikore, Chief Economist, Nikore Associates.
Our next award is for Ms. Ajayta Shah, founder Frontier Markets. Let's welcome her on stage with a big round of applause. Come on, ladies, we could do better than that, celebrating each other.
And for the next award, may I please welcome Tanuja Pandey, Advisor, Maharashtra Tourism Board.
Let's call on stage the next awardee, Ms. Arpana Shahi, the founder and CEO, Gabit C.
And may I now call upon Captain Rupinder Kaul to please come up on stage.
These women in uniform do us proud. Let's give her a huge round of applause for Miss Captain Rupinder Kaur. May I please have on stage Colonel Monica Mishra.
And may I now call upon Lieutenant Colonel Jaya Rani to join us here on stage, please.
May I please call on stage our next awardee, Commander Bhavna Salaria.
All right, may I now call upon Ambassador Veena Sikri, former Indian Ambassador to UN and Bangladesh, to kindly come up here on stage, please. Ambassador Sikri.
Please come on stage, ma'am. Yes, please come on stage.
That is one of the most powerful women. One is a politician, one is an ambassador. Women that girls today look up to. They deserve a very loud round of applause.
May I please call upon stage Dr. Vibha Dhawan, Director General at TERI.
Up next, may I please ask Ambassador Manju Seth, former Indian Ambassador to Madagascar Union of Comoros, to kindly join us here on stage, please.
May I please call on stage Dr. Blossom Kocha, aromatherapy pioneer.
Can we please have Jessica Singh, founder Stanley Communications, on stage, please?
Thank you, Ms. Nakshi Lekhi, for taking our time and sharing your views on women leaders and handing out the prestigious awards for the SHEconomy Sundowner 2026. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this next panel is without question one of the most powerful in the evening. We talk about SHEconomy in terms of markets and boardrooms, But some of the most profound economic and social shifts are happening in spaces where women were never meant to be, where they had to fight and sometimes quite literally to let themselves in. The armed forces, the police, the paramilitary services, India's institutions of uniform. There are not just professions, they are citadels of identity. And historically, male structurally resistant to change, and yet the women on this panel walked through those doors anyway, making not only a mark for themselves, but also setting the stage for many other women like them who dream to defend the country, to represent the country in uniform, could perhaps learn an inspiring story from theirs. And our panel is titled, Breaking into the Male Bastion. Please welcome our distinguished panelists this evening, women who wear their service with extraordinary pride. May I please have on stage Captain Rupinder Kaur, Colonel Monica Mishra, Lieutenant Colonel Jaya Rani, Commander Bhavna Salaria. It would really help if we can welcome them with a huge round of applause, not only as women leaders in their respective spaces, but also as they don the uniform to defend the country. And moderating this session is News9’s Nivriti Mohan. Please welcome her on stage.
Good to see a hall filled with women over here, women leaders. And we have one of the most powerful women leaders present over here with us, because they are our soldiers. They are protecting our country, protecting all of us. Ma'am, there has been a lot of transformation going on within the armed forces in the past decade. And this transformation is defined by inclusion of women and their leadership in the armed forces. The number of women has also risen significantly over the past decade. There were around 3,000 women officers in the armed forces 10 years ago. And now we have 11,000 women officers that are there in the armed forces. So this is a huge change. And in policy also we have seen changes. We have seen National Defense Academy opening up for women, and earlier they were not taking in women, but now they are taking women in, and women are getting trained with their male counterparts at par with them and coming out as leaders, soldiers, fully trained and ready to take on any challenge that they get to face. So, ma'am, we are seeing women in command roles also. We are seeing women in women flying combat missions, and we are also seeing women sailing in the seas and also representing India in UN peacekeeping missions. So that's a huge achievement for women in armed forces, because it has not been long time that women have been included in armed forces. In 1992, I guess, when they were included in armed forces in non-combat roles. So how do you see it? Let me start with you, Colonel Mishra. You were one of the pioneers, because in 1992 it started, and in 1995 you got commissioned, only 2-3 years later. How was it then?
Good evening. So I'm a little nervous because we are not used to be seen in the civil. We work in the far-flung places, not interacted with civil people. So pardon my language. It's little Fauji lingo that I'm going to use. So you're right, Nivriti. The induction of women officers was started in 1992 with the training of first batch in the army. Navy was little ahead of us. They got commissioned in 92, 2 batches. But in army, the commissioning started the first batch was commissioned in March 93, and I had the opportunity of joining OTA in 1995 as a trainee and got commissioned in March 96. So back then, only 25, I'm talking about Army. So back then, only 2 batches per year, strength of 25 women cadets, they used to be trained in OTA. And after 6 months of training, they used to get commissioned. So the number of girls was very little. We were in scarcity. And back then, the policies were not, actually framed for us. It is only once the number of women officers increased that they started framing some policies after taking feedback. In my case, like, I joined Corps of Engineers. Being an engineer graduate, I chose to join Corps of Engineers. I did not do any combat wires. There was no policy for me to do combat wires. I was posted in a College of Military Engineering where the officers do their degrees. I was posted as instructor, never heard of in case of male officers. Then I was sent to a unit on an experiment basis for 3 months in 1996. And on the basis of the feedback, the wires courses for the lady officers in a Corps of Engineers was started with Jaya's badge. Right, Jaya? You were the first one to do wires. And then, based on the feedback, the girls were sent to the units. So, the evolution of policies, the policies were missing, the policies were being evolved based on the feedback taken from the environment. The employability was very restricted. We were treated with kid gloves. There was restraint, there was hesitation. The environment was not used to us, and we were not used to the environment.
You were an engineer, ma'am, and you were not allowed to do MTech course from the army.
No, yeah, so I can't, I won't like to tell you that because there are certain internal policy matters which have taken time to shape up. It is still evolving. And back then, since we were new to the environment was not familiar with us. I would say we were used as gamlas. इनको headquarter में post कर दो और इनको instructor appointment दे दो. They should be sheltered. They should not be exposed. Whether they will be able to handle the toughness of the army or not, because it's a very, very tough job. It is a very demanding job. So from that to now, after 30 years, when I see girls, lady officers commanding the units as commanders, I feel a sense of satisfaction and a sense of gratitude. I always had faith in the system. I knew that the policies or the changes will be for better in the army, which happens everywhere. So all these years, there has been a shift. And I'm very sure the shift is going in the positive manner and it will continue growing. The girls will continue evolving. The girls will continue forging ahead in the armed forces.
Right. So Lieutenant Colonel Jaya, let me ask you, in 2020 only, women got permanent commission in the forces. And after that only, they were allowed to go to the command positions. How do you see this development? And ma'am, you've commanded also.
Okay, so I would say as what I would, absolutely agree for the audience who are not aware of what we are talking about, let me, first let you all understand the point what we are talking about. So initially when the women officers were inducted in the army, we were inducted as a short service commission officers. Short service commission officers means that we were supposed to be serving, we were supposed to be having a tenure for 14 years. And thanks to the change in the policies and the judicial intervention, that we got a permanent commission starting from 1992 to 2020 is a year when we actually got the permanent commission. So you can imagine the number of years that we went through. It was almost more than 28 years that it took for the army to have this permanent commission built into our system. So I would say, see, any change is always better when it is not abruptly taken and it is taken in a phased manner. It is tried and tested. And since the environment was absolutely new, I would not say it was difficult. It was absolutely new for the army to get used to the the lady officers. There was, I would say, it was never a case of, having a doubt on the capability or the ability of women officers. It was just that the entire system needed a policy framework, a change in the structure, the change in the entire organizational structure, and that is the time post the permanent commission, the women officers got the permanent commission, came one of the most landmark judgments wherein the case for promotions, for the convenience of the officers, convenience of the audience, I would explain the promotions was stalled beyond lieutenant colonel rank to the army officers, to the army lady officers, till such time we got the permanent commission. So post 2021 judgment of the Supreme Court, we lady officers started getting promoted to the rank of colonel, and that is when once you become or you take over the rank of colonel, actually that is the time when you get those commands. And you can ask anybody, because we have a lot of audience I see who have an army background in some way or the other. Either they have their husbands, they have their kids, or they come from a forces background, their fathers or no, they would understand what does commanding a unit means. Probably one of the most prestigious appointment that you can ever ask on earth. How does it feel to command a unit? So I would say it was a very well taken judgment, and we have all the females out there who proved it and proved it their worth of taking over the command. And we have one of them, Colonel Monica Mishra here, who got the opportunity to take over the command of one of the units. So obviously it has been one of the best judgments that we'll get, and a judgment which is taken not abruptly, gradual, tried and tested, is one of the best judgments. And that's the reason probably why we see the success stories of all the women officers out here.
Right, ma'am. And women are commanding, and they are commanding at one of the most difficult terrains. So I was there in Ladakh at Hanle. It is at around 15,300 feet, where you cannot even breathe, less than 50% of oxygen, and a women officer was commanding. She has built the highest motorable road in the world. She has built an airfield. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Colonel Ponung Doming. She has built an airfield, and that too in less than 1 year, ma'am. This is what you don't do in plain areas as well. And she managed to do it at that altitude. Ma'am, let me come to Captain Rupinder. Your mother was commissioned in 1963, very, very long back, when a few women would join armed forces. Tell me about that, ma'am.
So thank you for having me on this panel and for having me here tonight. I've had the honor and privilege of being born in a family where the pioneers were just there from very early on. So my mother, Colonel Dr. S.K. Paul, joined the Army Medical Service in 1963 January, which was right after the war with China, when they were wanting more doctors in the army. And she went on to serve for 33 long years till she retired in 1995. We are talking about women and commanding independent units. My mother took over the command of a military hospital in a quaint little hill station called Pithoragarh in the late 1980s. And from there she went on to command a large military hospital in Amritsar, which was, to define it, a 250-bedded super specialty hospital in the early 90s. And she held that command for more than 3 years. And then to command the military hospital in Shimla, which was then called the Walker Hospital, from where she eventually retired. So I've been born in a family where I've had a mother who's had this distinguished service for 33 years and commanded early on, where in 2 of these hospitals she was the first woman to have held those positions. I don't know if it was the women of that generation or just the nature of who she was. Mm-hmm. She didn't think she was doing anything exceptional. She thought she was doing a job, and everything she did, even though she was the first in it, was just how you did those jobs in those times. I'll also just, say this one thing that I went on to join the army 37 years after my mother and got commissioned in the short service entry scheme in September 2000. And things were definitely very different for the non-medical side of the army versus the medical side of the army. But then, my mother used to still say that you all are trying to do in 7-8 years what has taken us about 40-50 years to do. So have some patience and, also have faith in your own abilities. The better you perform is also how quickly the system will change towards you. And today when I look at the permanent commissioning of women, right, or I look at the achievements that women are going to, I think her words ring very true in my ears.
Commander Bhavna Salaria, you told me that you are the first women officer in your family and in your village also. So how do children look up to you?
Good evening. Okay, so I am third generation actually, and the first lady from my village and from my father's side and from my mother's side also to join Defense Forces. Now when it comes to the people from my family looking up to me, when I meet them, what I see in their eyes is a hope. And, they make me feel that the journey of mine is actually not mine. Through me, they see that, okay, there are these barriers which, people think, okay, if she's a girl, she's supposed to teach, she's supposed to nurture, she's supposed to take care of the family. So these barriers which has been set, which all of us who are sitting here, we've already broken, we have crossed that fence. And I feel that, they take me as a guidance that, they can also, with hard work, with dedication, there is nothing which they cannot achieve. And there's one point I would like to make here. Defense Forces, for ladies I'm talking about, I'm sure the other panelists will also agree with me. All of us who are sitting here right in front of you, we didn't join Defense Forces because we wanted to earn. We joined forces because it was our passion. For me, it is like this, and I'm sure even they'll also agree to it. Ladies, if they are breaking barriers and joining forces, are doing it out of passion. And that is the reason why we we proved ourselves. The lady officers, Indian Navy was the pioneer in inducting ladies in 1992. I joined Indian Navy in 2002, 10 years after the first batch came. I'm thankful to the ladies who joined in 1992. They actually worked so hard that slowly and gradually armed forces, they started realizing that yes, ladies can be, given duties which they thought that probably only a man can take care of. If I have to give an example to you, way back in 1997, 1998, 4 ships were manned by assistant logistics officers, which were lady officers. They were sent on board. The lady officers served on board for 1 year, which we see now as a very big achievement. Like we have Commander Prerna, who's commanding a warship right now. But 1998-99, 4 lady officers, they have already served on board ships. So that's...
Recently, ma'am, I had the privilege of going on board INS Vikrant, which is the most powerful warship of the Indian Navy.
Yes.
And I could see women officers on board.
Absolutely.
And not one, there were many.
There were many.
Yeah.
So even, for the ATC cadre, like it is an aircraft carrier. So Indian Navy was the first one to induct air traffic controller also, way before Indian Air Force decided to take them on board. 1993, we had our first batch of ATC officers who came on board. And with this, with resilience, with adaptability, with this thing that they have to work, they proved. And now, from non-combat roles wherein only 3 streams were open for ladies, today all the doors are open for lady officers.
Right. So, Colonel Mishra, how's the training part of it? Is it any easier than how men are trained?
I think there is some misconception about the training that is imparted to the lady officers, lady cadets in the OTA. Way back in 1995, the training tenure was 6 months. Now it is at par with the men, with the male cadets. The training is exactly the same. I can tell you with certainty. The training regime is the same. The academic curriculum is the same. The physical and mental rigors that the cadets go through in academy are the same. The academy routine is exactly same. All the hobby classes, all the games period, all the PT periods are exactly the same. There is nothing that a lady cadet is not made to do in the academy. The only difference, because of the physiological differences in the sexes, is that in the physical, they are tested, the lady cadets are tested based on the benchmark which has been set, keeping in mind their physiological needs or the makeup. So that is the only difference. And the girls nowadays are outshining men. If you see, the induction of lady cadets is far less in number than male cadets, and that is why the cutoff for the girls in NDA is much, much higher than the boys. It's simple mathematics. You allot lesser seats to the girls, you skim the cream. So the girls are outshining boys. They are getting sword of honors. They are topping their courses. They are doing what boys do. Exactly the same.
You were in...
I'll just add one point. Sorry, I'll just add one point. Though Monica ma'am made it look so simple, the training is same for the male and the female. I'll just use one word for the training: you are actually butchered.
No, Jaya, I say that because I loved
difficult to establish yourself in a male-dominated bastion? Not now, but earlier.
So I think, again, there's a little bit of advantage if you've come from an army background like I did, and I came as a third-generation army officer. Both my grandparents were in the army, and while I've talked about my mother, my father was also a general in the army. So I, again, had a little bit of that advantage of being familiar with what I was getting into. But having said that, it is very different when you are somebody's child in the army versus when you're yourself an officer and responsible for other people in the army. The training is absolutely butchering. There's no doubt about it. And especially if you have not come with a certain amount of physical fitness. And by the way, a lot of women who do come into the army and the defense forces do come from a little bit of sports background also, right? So, and they, I will say, have a little bit of an advantage from the physical side at least. Otherwise, the training itself is a bit of a killer. After that, I think it goes back to what a lot of the panelists are saying. The onus works both ways. I think just like we expect the men to be able to have us enter their bastion, yet be, I don't know, humble about it, adjusting about it, okay about it. The onus is also on us to not get uncomfortable. When you're going to be 1 in 10,000 posting in Srinagar, I did one posting of 2.5 years there in my tenure as well. The onus is also a lot on you to build that comfort in yourself. And to be very honest, the only way I felt that comfort gets built is by doing your job well. You know, nothing beats performance and nothing meets merit in the long run. My background could have made it easier for me just putting the first foot in, but it purely is performance and conduct after that. And I think the onus lay a lot on the women officers themselves to also find that.
Lieutenant Colonel Jaya, how special is it donning your uniform?
Oh, how special is it? Oh, I can't, I can't put a word to it. Probably the pride that you wear is, the uniform that you wear is the pride that you wear, So I would say, how special it is, probably you don't realize while you're wearing it, We all came into the army. I served in the army for close to 24 years, and I took premature retirement in the year 2021. While I was wearing my uniform all this while for 24 years in the army, I used to feel it like a regular routine. I mean, how is it different from the rest of the days? I didn't feel the importance of, wearing of that uniform and how much of confidence it gives you. It's not that otherwise, if you're not wearing a uniform, you're not confident. I'm not talking about that. The importance of uniform, I realized the day I could not wear my uniform, that is the day I moved out of the army. I mean, that is the time I can, vouch for it. Most of us realize the importance of the uniform only the day we are told this is the last day in uniform, and post that this uniform is not part of your life anymore. I can tell you, while I was in the army, I used to envy all the pretty ladies who are sitting here that, oh, why could I not wear those smart dresses? Why I can't do all the makeup that as a girl I used to, as a girl, what I should be doing. And I really used to envy. And today when I get a chance to actually do that, I feel yet I love the simplicity what I had while wearing the uniform still overtakes the joy of, doing a lot of makeup or, wearing those smart ones.
Ma'am, it was lovely talking to all of you, and this reminds me of a few lines, and I would like to read these lines for you. So these are in Hindi and written by Sarveshwar Dayal Saxena. So I'll read it out, ma'am, for you. चिड़िया को लाख समझाओ कि पिंजरे के बाहर धरती बहुत बड़ी है, निर्मम है, वहाँ हवा में उसे अपने जिस्म की गंध तक नहीं मिलेगी. बाहर समुद्र है, नदी है, झरना है, पर पानी के लिए भटकना है. यहाँ कटोरी में भरा जल गटकना है. बाहर दाने का टोटा है, अंदर चुग्गा मोटा है, बाहर बहेलिए का डर है, यहाँ निर्द्वंद कंठ स्वर है, फिर भी चिड़िया मुक्ति का गाना गाएगी, मारे जाने की आशंका से भरे होने पर भी पिंजरे से जितना हो सकेगा अंग बाहर निकालेगी, हर सू जोर लगाएगी और पिंजरा टूट जाने पर या खुल जाने पर उड़ जाएगी. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Please give a round and warm welcome to all our panelists. Remember, some of these women have opened doors that will remain open for the rest of us to follow through, and that is real legacy. Thank you very much for your service, and thank you for joining us here. May I please request all of you to stay put. Nivriti, could you please share a token of love and appreciation for our panelists? Please stay on, ma'am. We're just trying to get some The mementos are taking time, but we are getting there as we progress through the evening. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, Nivriti. And as the SHEconomy rises in India, its footprint, its influence, and its ambition is also going global. India's foreign policy is no longer just a geopolitical exercise. It's increasingly a statement of values and of where we stand on climate, on trade, on development, and on human dignity. And the women in our next panel have been at the forefront of shaping that statement. Our panel is titled The Global Perspective. Please give a huge round of applause for our esteemed panelist, Veena Sikri, former ambassador to UN and Bangladesh. Veena Sikri, ma'am. May I also invite Vibha Dhawan, Director General TERI, Ambassador Manju Seth, former Indian ambassador to Madagascar. And may I also welcome back News9's Samya Kapoor to kindly come up on stage and moderate this panel.
A very warm welcome to our esteemed guests this evening, and especially my panelists. I speak to ma'am very often on television channel, but it's always a pleasure to meet in person, ma'am. We've always had riveting conversations. I want to begin by asking that you have negotiated trade with Dhaka, you have also built ties at the ASEAN, but you have seen women power through economies, even through war and peace. Now, since we're talking about global perspective, I have to ask you, what do you make of the ongoing West Asia war? Because when geopolitics comes crashing on economy, are women the first ones to lose? How daunting is war for the upcoming women leaders?
Thank you. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be on your panel. Lovely to see all the people, and the previous panel was also very interesting. Yes, I think that the wars of the world and this war in the Gulf, in West Asia, you actually saw it completely unnecessarily unleash itself before one's eyes, because there were the peace negotiations going on right up to February 27th, and the foreign minister of Oman, who was mediating the talks, said there's been a breakthrough, and then suddenly you had the attacks on February 28th, and since then it's been that situation. And I think one of the biggest problems for women in these kind of war situations is twofold. First of all, they are the ones who suffer the most. They are the ones, women and children, who are really, their lives are completely destroyed. And we've seen that in Iran. We've seen that, we saw the very first act on February 28th was a school being attacked. 160 young children in Minab, girls and boys and young children. And in fact, when the Iranian delegation came for the peace talks in Islamabad, they had brought the school bags, the bloodied school bags of these little children. It was a very moving scene. So women and children are the most affected. But also I want to say that there is UN Security Council Resolution 1325, adopted a quarter of a century ago, which said that women must be given a role in peacemaking. Because women are the ones who fight for peace. They want to fight for the welfare of the next generation, for the welfare of their children. And so they want peace. But that resolution has remained unimplemented in its reality. And we saw in the Islamabad talks on April 11th, not a single woman in the room. Completely male-driven process. And I think this is one of the reasons why peacemaking, peacekeeping, bringing a peace and an end to wars is proving more and more difficult. And I think that the role of women must be recognized and accepted, not only as the most serious victims of the war. They have no recourse when their homes are destroyed, their economy is destroyed. Even civil situations. I mean, you saw, for example, in Bangladesh, when there was a change of regime, we saw factories closed down in the hundreds, ready-made garment factories which employ almost completely women, hundreds and thousands of women thrown out of their jobs. And they still haven't got them back. So, the way economies of women, the way the economies of countries are affected by the impact on women, this is a very serious matter. We must all work for women's, disaster relief, humanitarian relief, everything to be targeting women and children first, and women to be given a complete role in peacemaking, to be brought into the peacemaking process in a serious way.
Absolutely. I'm also joined by Ambassador Manju Said. Ambassador Said, you had said that military confrontation is not conducive or is going to be counterproductive when it comes to national interest, that it is not an era for war. What do you make of the ongoing war right now? Do you feel that it would have been a different world altogether if there was a woman at helm, perhaps in the US? I believe many of us feel that if it wasn't Mr. Donald Trump, but if it was a woman in charge, perhaps the situation could have been different.
Absolutely, it is not an era of war, and we find, first of all, thank you for having me here and to speak to this wonderful audience. But yes, this is not an era of war at all. And when I spoke about, and I mentioned that if we had continued the war on or the attacks on Pakistan beyond the short surgical strikes, it would have been very counterproductive and been really bad for India. Similarly, we find that this war that has taken place in West Asia, yes, it was male-driven completely, and if I also agree, but not fully, that if a woman was there, it might have been different. There would have been an attempt to first, the only thing, there would have been an attempt to find peace, a peaceful situation, a peaceful resolution, but I feel at the same time, because unless women were involved on both sides, and as very rightly mentioned by Ambassador Sikri, there was not a single woman in the room.
Absolutely.
For any of the negotiations, the rounds of negotiations, the round of talks, there was not a single woman in the room to bring the unique perspective and to talk about resolution. There was only talk of war and of threats, counter threats. That's all there was. If you do this, we'll bomb you. If you do this, we'll bomb you out. Iran they countered whatever the US said, and the US went. So it was like a war of words and war of action as well. So we found that it was continuous, and of course, it was an asymmetric war. We should not forget that. Yes. And the world order is completely, thrown out of order, and there's a new world order emerging. But at the same time, we see that what Iran did, it was much weaker, so it just blocked the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, that was amazing and unanticipated. And I think that has thrown the global economy, the global, energy security, global food security, everything out of, it has been completely impacted negatively. And the worst impacted are women and children with all this. They are the ones who are the, if you look at majority, their homes, their huts, there was no gas, to make their food. And we saw that how that gas, all these wars that are being, fought, they impact women and children the most. And one more point that I'd like to make about this war was, what was the aim? What was the actual reason for this war? Every day a new reason emerges, and the goalposts keep shifting. So in such a scenario, I don't anticipate this war coming to an end. And as you said, if women were there, would it have been different? I think a woman would have looked at finding closure rather than having this continuing indefinitely.
Absolutely. Dr. Vibhadhavan, like Ms. Manju Seth was saying, that women and child are worst affected. Now, we are living in a post-war era in the sense that every single day we are combating the impact of war, not only on women and children, but also on climate. Now, you lead, Terry, you have worked greatly in biofuel, green ports. What is the impact of this war on climate and on women change makers who are working in the sector?
Well, really speaking, we just started recognizing that climate change is occurring, and really speaking, the predictions which were made, we were hard hit. And whether we are talking of melting of glaciers and the calamities which we faced last year in our mountains, we never expected that. And all the predictions or what we were moving towards, that we'll have to curb the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. Till last year, it was 1.55. And with what is happening now, it is going to get worse. We talk of emissions, those levels, no one is talking about those, but then it is that we never expected. So whatever research, whatever steps we have taken for last so many years, those have got washed away. We were talking of SDGs, we were talking of meeting those goals, zero hunger and so on, but today, in a way, we said because of COVID, we are not going to meet those goals, but now because of the war, perhaps we are going to be in a worse situation than when those SDGs were declared. So we are in a situation that we really don't know what is going to happen to the world. Look at Delhi, look at the temperatures, look at even the rainfall pattern. We never expected such high temperatures, and that is how the wheat production has suffered. It's almost 30% less than what we got last year. And this year we have other challenges. And just let me give a couple of challenges, because what is happening because of the war, and you ask specifically what is going to be the impact. Typically, who cooks food? It's the woman. And our Honorable Prime Minister, he had this scheme that LPG cylinders will be given to women in the rural areas as well, at a subsidized or free kind of. So why this was important? Because indoor air pollution is really very bad. Their kitchens are not well ventilated. They'll cut the wood which is available. They won't look into what kind of emissions that wood is making. And who is sitting in their lap? Those are young children. So it's the women and children who were suffering from indoor air pollution maximum, and therefore health. And you talk of many diseases, asthma, night blindness. It's so common in our villages. Then came LPG, and there was some questions asked about the affordability. Are they able to afford it? But today, LPG is not available. So they have to move back. Rather, we stopped somewhere at the improved cook stove program, but now we are back to it. We are looking at gasification, we are looking at biogas and so on, which is good in a way. And I'll say that rural kitchens are better prepared than urban kitchens, because they don't know how will they cook their food. And very rightly, because we all have moved to induction cooking and so on. But then where the electricity is coming from? Electricity is from coal, largely. Of course, we talk of renewable, but our demands are so high. So the excess capacity that we require today, again, is generated from electricity and again emissions. So emissions are going high and high.
And pretty much women as homemakers are at the helm managing these challenges and navigating through them.
Let me tell you one more thing which I would like to mention. Because of this war, the prices are going up. Everything, without, I won't like, someone just mentioned to me today, even bread prices have increased by 10% today. But everything is 10 to 25% higher than before war. Where are those families going to get the economically weaker section? Their salaries are fixed and many of them are losing jobs. It's both because of AI and the war. So it's the woman typically who sacrifices. She'll go empty stomach so that her husband will eat first and then the children will come. And if there is anything else, that's...
It's almost incumbent upon women to make sacrifices at all possible quarters. I do have paucity of time, but a quick word from you, Ms. Manju Seth first. Does diplomacy come naturally to women? Have you seen a difference? Do you see more participation of women in the diplomacy in this sector?
Absolutely. I think whether it comes naturally to all women, I'm not so sure. But yes, if you look, if you compare, I find that more women are able to navigate the diplomatic space, the diplomatic journey, and the diplomatic negotiations better than a lot of men. Because what I have observed in my career is that many men very often go into negotiations or into diplomatic interactions with set goals. They say, okay, A, B, C, D, and this is what we're going to talk about. I have seen that women, yes, we also have to go because we get instructions from headquarters. A, B, C, D are our goals. But within those goals, whether we can find a solution if there are differences. And I think that women are better. Definitely finding solutions and reaching the goal and finding resolution at the end of it.
Final words from you, Mrs. Ikri. While women are better at diplomacy, like Ms. Seth said, why do we still feel that there are not enough women when it comes to reconstruction of the world post-war? Why don't we have enough women taking the mantle over and perhaps opening up a dialogue for a better world ahead?
Yes, I think, you know, one of the important reasons I think that women are better at diplomacy, and I agree with what Ambassador Manju Seth has said, is that each of us as women, we are negotiating every single day of our lives. We are negotiating our space every single day of our lives, with our parents, with our brothers, in school, in college, every time. We never get everything on a platter.
100%.
And the boys take it on a platter as their own, as though it's their demand. So I think one of the most important needs in society today is changing mindsets. Because even today in society we've seen there are very good regulations, and in the last 10 years I can say that so many rights have been given to women, so many conditionalities have been given to women. Women are joining, appearing for civil services, but the patriarchal mindset remains the same. And until you can change that, it not only affects women's ability to enter spaces that men have, but it also affects how women are treated wherever they are. And this mindset is not only among men, it's also among women.
Of course.
And let me tell you, I mean, let's take the question of health. One of the biggest problems the portion of Beyond the government has done is very valuable. It shows the problems of health that rural women particularly face. And why do they face it? Because there's one social practice that women eat last in the family. It's all across South Asia. Particularly in South Asia, I don't think there are many other parts of the world. And a woman, when she's eating last, there's very often very little left for her. In urban families, richer families, it's all right, but in rural families, the children finish off whatever there's left. Woman's health is severely affected. She's unable even to do her normal jobs that she's supposed to do. And then there's the question of women's unpaid work. Things that are considered that she has to do. Childcare, care for the elderly, all the chores and all the jobs of the house. Whether she's working or not working, that is her something she has to do. This mindset has to change.
Absolutely.
There has to be a sharing of responsibilities, sharing of access to resources. Whether the access to resources is education, health, political participation, work, economic participation, all this has to become much more equal. And I'm sure with all the new rules and regulations, it will happen very soon. But I request that everybody should fight for this every single day of their lives.
And that is why we have platforms like SHEconomy, because we bring about this platform for women to voice opinion, to inspire many other women who are going to be taking a note or two from your speeches. But thank you so much, Ms. Sikri, Ms. Dhawan, and Ms. Seth, for taking our time and joining me here at News9.
Ambassador Sikri, Vibha and Ambassador Manju Seth. May I request Samia to stay on stage? Can you please help present our token of appreciation to our guests and panelists here? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, can we have the photographer? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've talked about markets, we've talked about policy, diplomacy, and services. Now let's pause and look up. Because every great journey, whether it's building an empire or fighting for justice or simply finding your direction, begins with the question, what is the universe telling me? Our next conversation takes us into a different kind of intelligence. One, in fact, that blends ancient wisdom, intuition, and insight to make sense of the world we live in. A cosmic lens, if you will. Our next speaker is a name that needs no introduction. In the world of astrology, motivation, and spiritual guidance, her work has touched millions of people in India and beyond. Please welcome Dr. Jayamadan. And moderating this session will be TV9 Network's Sagarika Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Shweta.
Thank you so very much, Jayaji.
You're looking very pretty. Thank you for having me here.
Pleasure is all mine, and I believe a warm welcome to all the ladies out here. I really request you all to please clap for yourself, because we are the SHEconomy, right? And when we talk about prosperity, power, spirituality, positivity, the only one name and the synonym word which comes in my mind is Dr. Jayamadan.
That's very kind of you, but I'm work in progress.
That's being very, very humble. But I must say, Dr. Jay, when we are talking about cosmic lens, if I have to straight away ask you one first question, how do you see today's world through the cosmic lenses?
After hearing two panels before me, I don't know where to start and end with. But I think no matter whatever happens outside, the whole purpose of spirituality is to bring you to now, to bring you to the moment, and to calm you down internally. It's like finding your center inside, even if there's so much of chaos outside. सुनने में बहुत आसान लगता है, but करने में उतना ही आसान है. It's easy. Sure. It's just about practice. It's just about intention. If you have attention and if you have attention, both on a similar target, things get manifested.
That's so true, and I'm sure जितने भी यहाँ पे हैं सभी ladies would also agree with the same statement. Well, Dr. Jay, if I have to ask you about astrology. So do you think that today astrology has taken a different sphere altogether? It's more of commercial, or it is actually in depth?
I think why astrology? Take any consultant for that matter, doctors or lawyers. The moment you land up into a hospital, you just know कि अब
you know, you're there for a couple of days. So it's with every consultant. Everything has become commercial. But when you meet an honest person, you just know that this is fine. So I think astrology has taken a good gear from COVID time. When we all were lost, we had no idea what's happening. There was no science that was helping you out. So that mental wellness and astrology were always connected. It was lost in between, but from COVID time, it has got its meaning back, that this is how you mentally bring yourself to alignment. Astrology is a science that helps you for guidance, not for prediction. When you get into prediction, it's where it becomes addiction.
So well said. When it's prediction, it's addiction. Well, when we are actually thinking about the same lines, and you said that the moment you see a person, we always say that, even my dad always used to say, the first impression is the last impression. And I believe आप भी यही कहती हैं, आप तो चेहरे भी पढ़ लेती हैं, and I have heard that with the touch also, you can say the person is really true or not. So ऐसा कभी हुआ है किसी के साथ, आपका ऐसा कोई moment आया हो जहाँ पे you have shaken hand and that person has predicted something about you?
I wish. I really wish, but ऐसा नहीं हुआ. You know, we were talking about patriarchal society, and being a woman in this industry wasn't very warm welcomed. And I'm much nicer form of myself in the way I wear clothes now. You had seen me a decade before. I was like a rebel. ये नहीं पहनना चाहिए, ये तो मैं पहनूंगी. Rest comes later.
I have seen that.
Everybody would have, in case they would seen me before. That was me. But after a time, when you fight and fight and fight without a reason, you stop and you look at yourself and say, what am I even fighting for? The better and bigger issues, I mean, I give up. It's not needed. I've done it. So that's one stage that we all go through, one of my stages. But it wasn't easy. It still isn't sometimes. But I have realized with time that, that being a woman is always a blessing. It has always been. It's easier for you to get attention. What you do with that attention is up to you. But that attention, the first eyeball that you grab, is the advantage you can get as a woman. But you just have to utilize in for the better and the higher good.
That's wonderful. And now coming back to the political scenario, you have predicted also. So what is the thing which you, even I think everyone would love to know, what is the prediction for 2026, the political, where it is going actually?
It's going towards favor of the current government. इससे ज़्यादा बोलना ठीक नहीं है. कुछ exit polls का भी मजा लें.
That's true.
आपका channel क्या करेगा अगर सब हम ही बोल देंगे. But yes, this is my job. I do that on and off. But cricket and political predictions नहीं करनी चाहिए, because then the joy is lost and the power is also lost.
Okay, so now if you have to predict about yourself, can you predict yourself also? आप करती हैं ऐसा? कभी-कभी ऐसा मौका मिला है? Have you ever got the chance? Because you've been doing prediction to all of us, everyone. But कभी ऐसा महसूस हुआ that you
Doctor कितना भी efficient हो, अपनी surgery नहीं कर सकता. You know, so this is a limitation that we all have. I rarely see my horoscope, and all of us do have our Janampatri made from years back, na? Your family, your parents. One of the thing that we do, in earlier times it was Jantri, it was not Janampatri. It was like a roll that was supposed to be kept upright. Now the problem is, in today's time we have these horoscopes like books, like a file, and we keep it flat. Kismat hamesha khadi honi chahiye, leti bhi nahi. So always keep your horoscopes upright, you know. And that's if you believe in it, it is the destiny chart that you're carrying. Have it upright, make it moving. I only look at my chart when I really need to see that this is my desperation, ye kab hoga. Eventually when I have a look and I understand the timeline, then I say, God, I leave it on you, because it's not unfair. I trust you more than I trust anyone else, or even my understanding about the science. I think I'm a lot more surrendered now how I used to be. I don't remember last when I saw my horoscope.
I think it comes with the age, I believe, because the passing years and the experience.
No, I have seen 85-year-old also extremely mature and cranky and in every difficult way. I think maturity is a choice that we make. I feel my daughter, she's up here, she's 21, and she's 21 times more maturer than me. Till now. So it's a choice we all make. I just made it little late.
If I think everyone would love to know also, because since Dr. Jay Madan is here, what are the basic tips which one should always keep in mind when they are building their houses or घर है, घर कहता है ना, हर घर कुछ कहना है.
So, the home has a purpose and the office also has a purpose. The purpose of office is to bring you fame, to bring you money and to get you success. Now, home is about warmth, relationship and peace. Correct. Right? If you create money energy in home, then people will be fighting for money. The wife will fight with husband, the children will fight with parents like that. So the direction of relationship is southwest. In the home, southwest direction is where the family pictures should be. Okay. So that it's about togetherness. There should be a lot of earth element, terracotta. There should be a lot of warmth, candles in southwest to bring relationships always warm and connected together. Mitti jodti hai na sab cheez ko. And the home or the offices or a cabin or a desk, whatever you operate from, is for success and it's for money. The direction for money is north. The direction for clarity is northeast. The direction for success or fame is south. So the south should have something which symbolizes strength. Like I would prefer keeping a small picture of Hanumanji. For me, that's symbolism of strength. If I have to do something about clarity of mind, I'll have a small Buddha there, not in the direction of strength or money, because Buddha is a let-go energy. Okay. People have this habit of putting Gautam Buddhas here, there, everywhere. Gautam Buddha is great for spas, because that's where you go and you want to let go. You want to release.
Relax, peace.
He's the energy of releasing. An energy of manifestation is Lakshmi. That's what should be in the north of your desk or cabin.
Any question? I think I am like absolutely all with this. I never knew that Gautam Buddha ko kahan place kar sakte hain and Lakshmi ji ko kahan place kar sakte hain. That is a tip for the day, I would say. And also there is a color therapy also, Jay, Dr. Jay, that I've heard about. So really think that yes, color also make difference to our every day-to-day curricular things.
How has your day been today? Little chaotic and hosh-posh and here and there?
Absolutely.
Because of the black bindi.
Okay, now I got it.
Because हाथ कंगन को आरसी कैसे डेमो ही कर देते हैं.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
Because this is the area of clarity. You need clarity, you need energy, you need calmness. That is why men used to apply sandalwood paste for calmness. Blossom G is here, who will understand cosmetic or herbs better than her. Calmness, sandalwood. Yes. Clarity, saffron. Happiness, saffron. And fire, turmeric. Energy, sindoor or Roli, what we call it. But black is a no-no color here.
Okay.
Yeah, ab to ho gaya, aaj to ho gaya. But otherwise, colors work magically well. That is why you don't see red color in hospital. Imagine you're going to a hospital and you're there on the hospital bed and you see red there, red here, doctor red. It reminds you of blood. So use colors wisely. Green color is great for growth. Sky blue is excellent for calmness. White is great if you have chaos in life. Wear the color for a couple of days. The undergarments and the garments, which is your clothes, should be of same color so that there is no opposition of light. Dark undergarments stop the energy to come and touch the right glands. Okay. So that's what is most important with color therapy of clothes.
Oh my God, I never knew this at color therapy. I was in love with this big bindi. I believe all my peeps out there, they love this black bindi, right? But yes, from today onwards, I'm going to definitely listen to your thing that black bindi. Even my mama also said the same thing. I wear the black.
I tell people, try. Be sensitive, be sensible. Try anything new that you like for a week. Decide by yourself.
Wonderful. And with that note, I must say, because I know that you have very short time, but thank you so much, Dr. Jay, that you make it, and
pleasure.
Glad that she could make it, because मुझे पता है बहुत time हो चुका है, but thank you so much for coming over,
pleasure.
Dr. Jay.
Delight.
Can I have a small token of love from our side, from TV9 Network, News 9? Can I have it on the stage, please? That's a small gesture from Rafiera. Oh, that's a quite big. Okay, one picture.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jay Madan, for that beautifully layered perspective. And of course, our very own Shogrika, who's made this possible. Thank you so much. And we close our panel discussion tonight with a segment that perhaps best embodies the spirit of everything we've been talking about, of the women, by the women, for the women. And this is the panel of builders, of creators, of women who looked at a gap in the market or in society and decided to fill it themselves, not wait for someone else to fix it. And tonight's entrepreneurs are 5 women who are not just building businesses, but also building movements. May I please welcome Blossom Kochhar, aromatherapy pioneer, Dr. Geetika Mittal, founder, Isaac Lux, Manveen Sharma, founder, Pink Polka, Jessica Singh, founder, Stanley Communication, Parinitha Seth, editor-in-chief, Global Spa, and News9's Samya Kapoor to kindly moderate this session.
Good evening once again, and this is the final panel that I'm having. I want to begin by saying I've been a huge fan of Miss Blossom Kochhar. I am sorry, but there was a book that my mother had back in the day, and I used to look up some homemade recipes to put some multani mitti with some rose water. But ma'am, tell us about your journey, how you decided to make this a thriving business where all the ingredients that perhaps you would have started with would have been found at home, and now it is an empire.
Yeah. Good evening, and thank you for inviting me here. It's a real pleasure to be here. And okay, how did I make it a thriving? Actually, I started off as a hobby, I must say that. When my husband was in the army and he was posted in Wellington. And I think there is where I started it, because I grew up with a lot of flowers and fauna and, you know, the whole thing. And so also I had learned this beauty, you know, as a hobby. And so I said, okay, I was offered a place in the club, Wellington Club. And so I thought, he asked me, would you like to take it up? I said, yes, definitely, because there I could do some beauty. And when I was there, I had to make cosmetics again, you know, so for each person, because at that time, it was Pond's and Charmis, and that I couldn't use on anybody, but definitely not. So I started making cosmetics again in the kitchen, which I was very good at. And I had to use an aroma into that. So I didn't want to use anything synthetic, and there were no smells so good. But in the Nilgiris, we had a lovely lot of, you know, essential oils, which, because it grows there beautifully. So these essential oils I used to mix and put it into the cosmetic, and it smelled wonderful. And of course, the clients came back and told me that, you know, this has not only helped me, it's helped my cold, it's helped me to sleep. And I was very lucky. While I was there, I met a Ved, an Ayurvedic Ved. And aromatherapy is in fact part of the Rasayana Tantra. That's the rejuvenation, you know, the Veda of rejuvenation. So he told me a whole lot of this. And that's how I started it. But then after that, he was posted to Delhi and then posted out, and I just couldn't go because my daughter was very small, and I had started this business in Delhi again. And so I just went on with it. And I think how it grew was, of course, constant education that I keep on doing even till now. And the other thing is, I love people. I'm very passionate about the whole work and making them look beautiful. And that's how it is, and it grew just like that. And even now, I really, you know, keep on educating, keep on finding out, because I think that is a very important aspect in it. And the making everyone look beautiful. And I think that is important.
Beautiful, because I'm sure everybody in the room is going to agree that, ma'am, you haven't aged a day. You look just the same.
Thank you so much.
This is a message across to all those new age technologies, the new age of beauty tech, as we may call it, which I'm going to come to Geetika next.
Yeah.
What do you make of it? We are sitting at the two ends of the world right now. We're talking from aromatherapy to where you stand right now. How are you trying to include new technology and sell it to youngsters, especially the Gen Z? They are very with it. When it comes to beauty tech, how have you tried to make it a business, a model that is impressing people?
Well, first of all, I'm in awe right now. She looks so lovely, and I was just looking at her skin shine. So it's not all about business, selling, or beauty tech to start with. So many times I get introduced as, a doctor who had started with just one clinic and now expanded throughout India and who has 15 clinics. But believe you me, this is not the reason why I started. I only started my clinic thinking and seeing that there is a gap, to give a standardized treatment approach to all my clients for what they don't have to travel abroad or not wait out, to give them painless technologies to as simple as just hair removal. These are lasers, these are beauty tech, and the world is evolving, so why just sit back and relax when you can have access to them in a safe environment, which is affordable, safe, and yet it can give you results. Why not to do that? So that's how it all started. And I don't think so I did everything right, but I just did not give up. And that's how we are moving ahead, and I'm enjoying it.
And creating your own niche at that. I will come to you next, Manveen Sharma, because you have taken up a subject that's otherwise considered taboo. You have managed to tide from sanitary napkins, pads to tampons, and now we're talking about menstrual cups. How do you manage to convince your investors, especially if they are men, that this is not just a matter for a CSR, a corporate social responsibility, that this is the need of the hour, women deserve it, and it is also a business that is going to give you equal returns?
If you understand it as an inequity, so yes, it's a every month utility product and it never ends. A mother will give it to her daughter also. But yes, when I started the business, it was my personal struggle. Like everyone have a story, and that's even my practical and a true story, that I personally used to suffer a lot due to the rashes and itchiness and all. And understanding when you are traveling globally and when you are actually a shopaholic person, you really explore a lot of things which are available abroad and not in India. And the main, the pain point, I realized it that way, that a lot of brands which were available in India, even selling a much better quality abroad which was not available in India. So the issue was why it's not accessible to us when it exists, and when it used to be there, then why not us? That's how the idea of getting into this came. But yes, obviously when you have to start a business, you really need to have a business model and a positive model where you have to go to a positive thing also.
But was it an accepted idea? Did you face certain resistance?
No. Frankly speaking, I did a lot of research, because if you see my background, I was a single mother at the age of 23. I had a lot of burden, I had a lot of financial issues in my life also, but still I wanted to do something. But to get that courage कि हाँ ये डूबेगा नहीं, was a very big step at that time. और वो बस दिमाग में ये था कि डुबाना है नहीं, कुछ भी करना है. So frankly speaking, I did almost 300 to 400 sampling with my friends and friends of friends, just to understand that actually even this issue resists or perceived, or it was just my own perception, or maybe I was only struggling with it. But with the positive comments, with not sharing the idea of the business, but just to understand the feedback of a particular, just a sample given to you, that just use it and share whatever your feedback is, was very, very positive, which actually gave me a boost that this was the need of an hour. And every woman wanted the product, but the products were not available. So that's how the Pink Polka started with sand pads, and then whatever products we got into the new categories, like now we are dealing in even the bra replacement products and now everyday shapewears. It's a need of an hour that every woman wants it, but they're just not able to express what they want because the product doesn't exist. So jotting down your feedback of maybe 100, 200 or 500 customers, you really understand even if a particular product exists, what is the upgradation, what's needed, and where the gap has to be filled in. So that's where our brand is exactly focusing, to fill in the gaps and understand the need of an hour and the women right now what they want, be it millennials, be it Gen Z. But yes, we want to understand where the gaps are and we are trying to fill in those gaps.
Absolutely, and I'm sure you are bridging this gap each day as it comes. I'll come to you, Ms. Parinita, because when we're talking about beauty, we're talking about women's health, wellness, especially when it comes to spa. You have managed to take global spa spaces, but how much of it can be used as a soft power by India? Because whether it's a spa, it's also there in Thailand, in Malaysia. How differently can India possibly use this as their soft power?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me on this panel with these absolutely gorgeous ladies. I think India has so much to offer in terms of wellness, but unfortunately it's not used to the maximum potential. But now hopefully the things are changing, and post-COVID, I've been in this industry now for, with the wellness industry and spa industry for over 20 years. And I remember when I first launched the magazine, everybody thought that I had lost my marbles. I was doing a magazine just on spas and wellness, because people at that time didn't even understand what is a spa or what is wellness. They only understood things at home, and they didn't realize that, you know, you could every month take out a magazine which talked about wellness from across the world, in India, beauty, health, everything covered. But fortunately today we have so much of content because the industry has grown multi-trillion dollars. And India is evolving in terms of the fact that every single international brand is entering into India. They all, in fact, the interesting thing is that even when the international brands come into India, they want to offer Indian therapies. So Indian therapies like Ayurveda, like Siddha, Unani are becoming very big, and they're not only available in India, they're going global. We know that America had tried to say that turmeric was their, they wanted to patent turmeric, but we have been using turmeric for years in India. So I think India is at the cusp of a huge wellness revolution. The wellness industry is going to be multi-trillion dollars. And only I think there is no limit to what India can offer. Indian brands are going international. International brands are coming into India. So I think wellness is an industry that is growing by leaps and bounds. Today, if somebody wants to go to a hotel, or even when they want to travel, they want to make sure that wellness is an integral part of their itinerary. So I think it's only up and beyond for wellness from here.
Absolutely. But when it comes to marketing, whether it's a wellness, whether it's women's health, whether it's beauty for that matter, that has changed over the years. The way perhaps Ms. Vasant Kunj was doing it back in the day through books. Now we have social media. Now we have influencers. Now some of these influencers, of course, provide a lot of options and information, and the reach is way beyond what was there earlier. But some of this is also very misinformed. So where do you draw the line? Because a layperson will not be able to tell if they are seeing someone which many subscribers are putting out a video and putting out certain beauty tips and tricks. Where does one draw the line? How do you look at this, Ms. Vasant Kunj? How do you see the social media boom? Is it conducive for women at large as far as information is concerned? Or do you feel that it does end up misinforming?
No, it is. I find it very conducive. That is one. But we have to, when we choose our influencers, we have to see that they know the product, or they know what they're going to be talking about. We can't just put it out just like that. That is there. But it is now personal brand, which is very, very important. That is going. So you have to build your personal brand. That is in the media. So that is one thing that's going for business. And the other, of course, is social media, personal brand, and another is AI. AI is also doing a fantastic job in promoting your brand and your business. So we should not forget that, and that is really coming up quite well now. Yeah.
And how do you look at this, Dr. Mittal, when it comes to social media? There are influencers. Today we had the honor of seeing the beauty icons, both Shehnaz Hussain and Blossom Kochhar on this very stage. It doesn't happen every day that you see both of them together on the same stage. When we talk about icons, how much of it is a personal branding of your own product as opposed to the product itself? Does it matter that who are your brand ambassadors?
Absolutely. First of all, I love social media. And I think it has to be managed and used well. It's like a weapon which is in your hand, but if it is misused, it can really fall back. And what goodness it becomes if your personal brand is something that you yourself have made with passion. Only you can do justice to it. When it had started back in the journey, and Parnita knows me very well from that time, I was very shy about putting myself out there. I would use the help of other influencers and other people to talk about it. But I think the way a owner can talk and do justice, no one else can. The knowledge, the passion, the reasonability that you bring, that will actually show and help people relate to it. That personal branding is something really important. So everyone over here who is out there, I would urge you to, come out of your shell and talk about it. People need to know you. They love you. It's only a matter of fact that you have to just go out. And what wrong can it happen? They will like it, not like it. They will talk, not talk. How does it matter? Like we were talking about influencers. There was a very popular reel going around where a woman was using her menstrual blood on the face. We were talking about menstrual hygiene. So she was using menstrual blood on the face and calling it like a facial pack. And that's so wrong. So that's the time, doctors should actually come out in front and talk about it, break the myths. And why not? You are there to provide information. But social media has made us creators. We are just not doctors, mothers, or business women. We are also creators now. And it is just not entertainment. I call it infotainment in today's age and time, because we just have that much of time to give you all the information and make it interesting and fun. But yes, it is something very important for all of us to learn. And when we talk about AI, I think that also is great, but it also brings in a lot of responsibility. Recently, I saw a reel of, a well-known Indian Bollywood actress, and suddenly they were showing her face in different forms, with PCOS, with hypothyroid, with da-da-da, and I thought it was made in such a bad taste. If you want to talk about it, come out and talk about it yourself. Why do you need someone else to be doing it? So that's something I would urge each one of you over here. You're your own influencer, your own celebrity.
Absolutely. Manveen, do you feel that there is a challenge when it comes for women health, the women hygiene is concerned, that women are still, especially in rural areas, shy to talk about it? But that is not the case when it comes to beauty. When it comes to beauty, the adaptability is a lot more, as opposed to focusing their attention on women hygiene, menstrual hygiene, which is way more significant.
See, I'll tell you, we started the brand in 2017. It's been almost 9 years. We have even seen a lot of shift in the mindsets. And I think all the startups who are available here would really agree with me that Corona has been a blessing in disguise for all of us for a lot of things. Right. First of all, for the startups as a business, the people have started going online and understanding that new brands are there, new products are there, they're able to read about it, they're able to explore. Whereas when we talk about even the wellness or our beauties and all, we were able to understand the importance of being alive, the importance of living, the importance of our body, right? And frankly speaking, even if you go to the rural areas or even the urban areas, a lot of women doesn't know how to use the pads, for how many times you should change the pads, after how many hours. Exactly, yes, we are still facing these issues to
We've come a long way, but there is still a lot more to go, is what you feel.
Exactly.
And public awareness is something that perhaps there has to be a mutual collaboration of sorts from people's end and from the government's end as well. But when it comes to wellness, I'd want to ask you, do you feel that this is a sector that women would be doing better in? Does it come naturally to women, or do you feel it's still a male-dominated sector?
I think wellness is definitely dominated by women, and because they understand it a lot more. Of course, I remember when we first launched our magazine, our focus was women, and it still remains women. But if earlier it was 10% men reading our magazine or using wellness, it's definitely gone up to 40%. So men have become equally conscious of how they look. But as providers of wellness, I think women are definitely better at it. And if you see in all the spas, if you see in most of the wellness places, you would have most spa therapists are women, most spa managers are women. So because they understand the emotional connect, they understand, they are more soft in their approach. So definitely wellness is quite a women-dominated field. But I think more and more men are coming into it. And like we've all been talking about social media, I strongly believe that social media is both a boon and a bane. Like we all have said, used well, it's fabulous. Misused, it can be terrible. Because just recently we had an event where we had one very top Bollywood actress there, and she was wearing a very nice dress. And 2 days later, I see that a deepfake of her with our backdrop has been created, and it's doing the rounds in social media, which is so wrong. But that's it. With AI, you can do anything. You can create anything, which can be a huge advantage, but it also can be a huge disadvantage. So social media needs to be used very, very carefully and with a lot of responsibility.
Ms. Kochhar, social media is definitely what we're talking about right now. But when it comes to the recent fads, like there are these fads that come and go, whether it's Botox, whether it is HIFU, lifts, some people frown upon them. What is your view?
I don't frown about it, because I feel if a woman really wants it and needs it in her life, she definitely has to go and get it, because sometimes she may need it for looking younger. She may need it for, you know, for in a profession where she needs to look good. So then she should get it. There's nothing wrong with it. And those who don't want it and feel they can go do without it, they should just do without it. That's my thing.
But we are also living in the era of filters. Who needs a HIFU or Botox when you can have a filter on?
I think I can take that question better.
You need that.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. So I would only say 3 words to that. Ladies, you do you. You choose for yourself.
Absolutely.
Right? There is no way no one can tell you what you should do and not. If you look in the mirror and that line is bothering you, go and get it treated, because that line is going to make you look frowny, tired, stressed, whatever. Or if you like it and makes you happier, fine, you do you. You don't ask your husband to pay for you, you don't ask your brother. This is the time. Each and everyone, every woman sitting over here is independent to make her decisions. So don't let anyone tell you that use a filter, don't use a filter, do Botox, don't do Botox. Do the hell you want to do. Experiment, love, live, and just love your life. And the moment you are happy seeing the self in the mirror, that's the time you have done it right.
And
So
also I'd like to say that it gives a person confidence. It definitely gives a person confidence. If they are looking good and feeling good, if they look good, then they feel good, and then they have the confidence to do whatever they want. Yeah?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But like I was asking you earlier as well, when it comes to resistance, whether it was your concept, your ideas, or for that matter, reaching out to people, do you still face that? Or do you feel that over the period of time, especially with the current generation, this Gen Z is more open to experiment, is more accepting of new ideas, especially when it comes to youngsters?
Definitely, yes, the Gen Zs are accepting everything. And the best part I love about Gen Zs, I mean, just to share as an example, I have 12 girls in marketing wherein 10 are Gen Z. And the best part is they're very to the point. They know what they want in life. They know उनको काम क्या करना है. They know उनको बात क्या करनी है. They're very, very clear about their thoughts. And frankly speaking, we even have customers who are buying the products for their mothers. And vice versa. The mothers, maybe who are to middle income groups or maybe a low income groups also, who were not able to afford the pads for them or the cups for them, they're buying it for their daughters. So yes, the awareness is spreading, and I think like what I said, like the corona has changed the thought process of everyone. The people, the women have started taking care of themselves. And exactly, I agree with the lady sitting in the panel that yes, just love yourself. And exactly, when you love yourself, when you know, when you wear the crown of your own dignity and your own pride, The confidence comes on your face is exactly the what your inner peace is and your inner self is. Right? We don't need any makeup, we don't need anything, just to glow from inside. That is something what we feel. But yes, and frankly speaking, even in this last 9 years, we are able to remove those taboos also, where the women are coming up and talking about them. Like when we had to launch the shapewear, we spoke to around 800 customers just to understand that exactly it is a need. But yes, even a 50-year-old woman was able to tell कि हाँ अगर मुझे shapewear पहनने को मिलेगा तो मुझे ये points चाहिए. I even have customers who wear nipple covers at home. Women are just saying, I'm very proud of it. I just wanted to get rid of bras, but yes, just the nipple area is not getting shown. I'm very happy. So these are very small things where women are getting confident enough even when they're moving inside their homes with their in-laws.
Do you feel
or
that
maybe
men
their husbands.
are also accepting as
Yes.
investors?
Frankly speaking, in last 2 years, 80% of our box of love orders have gone to the men who have bought the products for their sisters and their girlfriends. And in our CRM department, we speak to every customer. And right now also, even a 40-year-old man calls us that I'm taking my girlfriend or I'm taking my wife to an outside, outside India. I want her to wear some dresses for the first time in the life, and what should I suggest for her? And we are very, very happy. मतलब हमारे घर में भी वो माहौल था कि हम टेबल पे सैनिटरी पैड करते थे. My father used to look like this, यार खाना तो खाने दो, तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो? But now he comes to the office, he listens to our conversations every day, and he's being participant in all these things. So why not? I think periods and panties and bras are something which is very natural, which has been given to women to wear and to honor. So I think why not? It's a body type what we have given by the God. And men are accepting it very gracefully. Even my father tells me that Mama is going out to Sri Lanka last week only. So I want to send shapewears to her. So please send it. So it's very, very normal for us, I think, now. And I think exactly the mind perceptions are changing when we start doing these conversations very normally in our homes, in our family, with our kids, with our boys, is something when these conversations will get more normalized with the coming generation, even the Gen Zs for the men, what I personally feel is.
Absolutely. It is always the dinner table conversation that needs to be won first at home, and then the rest of the challenge can easily be tied upon. I want to ask you, Ms. Pranita, when it comes to wellness, do you feel that the messaging or the communication, there is still a gap for it to be sent across as a lucrative sector for women, that they can perhaps pursue their career in this sector? Do you feel that messaging, there is still a gap in there?
No, I don't think there is any gap in that. Women are pretty clear about what they want. And now with social media providing you so much of information, I think everybody knows what they want. Of course, the question is about being able to sift what is just, information that is not relevant to what is relevant is important. But I think women are quite clear about what they want for themselves. And like we all said, that it's a question of really what they want to do with their life. And a lot of people, a lot of women are entering into the wellness industry. I think earlier, being a therapist was looked down upon, not anymore. And a lot of institutes have opened, which I think Blossomji would also corroborate with. A lot of institutes have opened where they are training women. A lot of the lower rung of women who didn't have jobs are being actually inducted into this sector, and they're really good at it. So I think it's a huge, wide world in wellness today, which women are, embracing pretty well.
Absolutely. Ms. Kochar, you've created a legacy for yourself. Now, of course, your daughter is taking over the mantle gradually because you've created an institution in your own space. Did you ever think when you began that it's going to be so big?
No, not at all. Not at all. I never thought at all it would be so big. Like I said, I thought it was a hobby. But maybe even now I take it like a hobby because I really have fun doing it. I have fun all the time. For me, it's fun. So I think that is one of the reasons, but I never ever thought. And I say thank you to God for that.
Thing. If you enjoy your job, you do it like the way you do it so brilliantly.
And I really thank God for that, for what has happened. Thank you.
What would you have to tell many other women who are in this space of taking over the mantle
from one generation to another. It's changing times, changing businesses, changing economy. What do you have to say about it, especially when there is already a brand? It is a recall that people already have. Do you feel it's a challenge?
Yeah, it is a challenge. So, but I always say the mothers like me who are there, we have to really see that we are going to allow our children to take over. Okay, and I feel really blessed that they've come to take over, honestly, my daughter and my grandson. And we have to hold their hands, but it is difficult because they have their own way. So the only thing is that we have to do is allow them the space to do what they want. And if they make a mistake, we shouldn't say no, or we shouldn't say you made a mistake. It's okay. You've given them that space, let them do it, and they will realize that they have done a mistake, and they go on with it. So now my daughter is there, and now my grandson is joined. So now that is a completely different thing completely. He's a Gen Z, and he has a different way of thinking and a different, but I must say we manage it well because we give them space. The main thing is space. You must give them space to make their mistakes, to do what they want and to listen. And they have fantastic ideas. Like I had a different set of ideas and now my daughter came in with hers and she did a good job, an excellent job. And now my grandson, he has got completely different ideas.
It is an amalgamation of ideas over generations now, right? But Dr. Mittal, when you started off in this niche space we're talking about as far as beauty tech is concerned, did you face any initial apprehensions for the people, how people are going to adapt to it, how they will take it when the customers come to you also? Maybe somebody who's coming for the first time, if they have any apprehensions.
See, loads and loads, but I love it when I educate my clients. In fact, that is the space that I actually grew in. Because there was no knowledge which was shared by anyone in my space. You would just walk in a clinic and the doctor would sit behind the table, not give you more than 2 words or 2 minutes of their time and just say, do this and go. You know, if you ask a question, you feel that you're doing some kind of a, crime. But in our clinic, the space that we have built, Isaac Lux, we indulge in all the questions. We love it when patients are asking us questions because we have nothing to hide. And that's where we thrive on the technology, the beauty tech, the experience that we share. And that's where we have about 300 employees and 98% are women. And we love the space that we have built not only for employees but also for our clients. A young teenage girl starts coming to us, say for acne or laser hair removal. Then she gets married, she comes for her bridal treatments. Then postpartum, she comes for mommy makeover. Then she brings her mother-in-law, her husband, her entire family. It's like a full-blown family. And we have nothing to hide because everything that I've been using in my clinic is US FDA approved. We have certifications. I don't believe in compromising because that's not where I had built my first clinic from. And that's the recipe, I think, for growth.
But Dr. Mittal, if I can prod further, is the price point and affordability still an issue for the larger population, or do you feel it's only one niche population that is still adapting their way to it?
See, we have solution to everything. I don't think so price point or affordability is anything that women of today or the Indians of today have to matter. There are so many options. And at Isaac Lux, when you talk about safety, that is your prime concern. I think price is very secondary. You can't play with your skin. This is the only organ which is actually on the outside. What's going on with your liver, your stomach, or your lungs, no one knows unless you get some investigation done. But your face, your skin is actually showing the story of your life. No one wants to experiment with that. So you educate and then you are definitely going to charge for what that is, but not at a luxury. We know our clients. We want to give them the benefit that we are receiving, but no one wants to experiment anymore.
Absolutely. But Manveen, when you're talking about menstrual hygiene and we're talking about there is a need for a collaboration between sections of society and the government for better awareness, there is still a section that feels stigmatized when it comes to talking about menstruation or periods. Where do you feel is the missing link? Where do you feel should the dialogue still be initiated, whether it's at the school levels, whether it is amongst the people? Where do you feel that the gap hasn't been bridged yet?
I still feel from the school level, because I think even the rural area girls I think 50 or 60% our girls are still going to the schools, and I think that is the best place where they can be educated about this, and maybe not of a very good quality, but yes, even the at least the sanitary pads are available, right? So I think for the personal hygiene, schooling is something from the school. I think it's very important, and especially in the government schools, these initiatives should be taken. Like the government is doing the CSR activities, even as a brand we do. A lot of other sandpads brands also do it. But yes, I think more than just, I mean, you know, the CSR activity, what a lot of people look towards or look like is just to distribute the pads. But exactly how, when and why is to be used is more important to be taught. आपने एक बार सैंपल दे दिया, 2 बार दे दिया, तीसरी बार वो खरीदेंगे क्यों? That is again what the question is, कि social media is giving you the information, but how through the social media also you are telling that your brand is differentiating from any other existing one. So same comes in this case. I think the education which has to be given, that why exactly that product has to be used and why it is very important, is really important. And if we talk about the education, I think even the urban women are, I mean, not pointing out on anyone's understanding, but a lot of women still doesn't use the sandpad in a right way.
Has there been any stories that you want to share where there has
Exactly,
been resistance on that part?
I'll tell you something, like a woman ordered sandpads and panty liners with us, and in the initial stages, just to take the understanding of the quality of the sandpads, we used to understand the genuine feedback of the customer. She told me I was very comfortable with the panty liner on my last day, but not the first day. And I was like, ma'am, panty liners are not supposed to be used when you're down. It is for those, except those 5 days. So frankly speaking, they understood कि product आया है, हमें लेना है, because they could afford it. But they didn't exactly, they didn't even know कि वो product किस लिए है. A lot of women, even in the urban area, even in the urban educated women who know that the sandpad, even for the last day, they wear the sandpad for 6 to 8 hours. You know, जब हमारे customers हमसे पूछते थे, why you're not launching the menstrual cups? I was very, very sure about it. Even it's a very big market, I'm very sorry to say that is something which is going to get inserted in your body. When a woman is not understanding how to use a sandpad in a better way, it is even more dangerous if it's come to an understanding which you're putting something inside your body. So even if we are, like, you know, launching the products, if we are filling in the gaps, the right education really has to go to the customer in a right way कि आपको वो product क्यों, कैसे और कब और कितना use करना है. Even I think for the cosmetics and all, we will understand कि हमें अपनी skin के हिसाब से चीज़ understand करनी है. Social media,
not a case of one shoe fits all, clearly.
Exactly.
I have paucity of time over here. I wish I could go on with this conversation, but we are again living in this post-world era. Does this war take a beating as far as the tourism industry is concerned and the wellness sector? Do you feel that it gets impacted?
Wellness tourism is going to be the biggest tourism aspect from now. Basic tourism, where people go for culture and just traveling, is I think 23%, and the balance is all wellness tourism. So not only is it that inflow of tourism is coming, they always want to know, can they go to a wellness resort? Places now, the kind of places that have come up in India itself, there was earlier till 10 years ago, you had just one Ananda, where everybody said, okay, Ananda jana hai, that is the wellness resort. Today you have a mini Ananda, or should I say a bigger Ananda, everywhere in the country. Kerala is huge. Not only do they have now the Ayurvedic resorts, very modern and very advanced resorts have come up in Kerala and all over the country. So wellness tourism inflow into India is going to be huge. Wellness tourism outflow into India is going to be even bigger, because today the offers from Europe, from Thailand, from Vietnam, everybody is promoting wellness tourism. So it is the biggest tourism, I should say the biggest tourism factor today is wellness tourism. And all the destinations are now promoting themselves as wellness destinations.
Thank you so much. I will have to wrap this conversation over here, but thank you so much. It's an honor to be in the august company of all these ladies over here, Ms. Kochar, Dr. Mittal, Ms. Seth, and Manveen Sharma. Thank you for sharing the insights and your personal journey.
Loud round of applause, please, to Blossom Kochar, Gitika Mittal, Manveen Sharma, and Parinita Seth. May I request Samya to now present a token of love and appreciation on behalf of TV9 Network to our panelists. All right, on to a special and a surprise session now. The associate sponsor for TV9 SHEconomy Sundowner will present a very special award, adding to the prestigious highlight of this evening. May I please invite on stage Amar Ali, country manager of Egypt Air, whose presence also underscores this event's relevance and its global significance. Now, in an exciting segment, a lucky draw was organized earlier today, offering 2 exclusive tickets, flight tickets of Egypt Air to 2 people, adding to the anticipation and celebration of the gathering. May I now please call upon the 2 lucky winners who have been identified here by TV9 Network, along with Egypt Air. The winners are Parinita Seth, Editor-in-Chief of Global Spa. The winners get an Egypt Air ticket, and this is a lucky draw, so this is not at all. Parinita Sethi, thank you for that. And our next lucky winner, okay, our next lucky winner is Pooja Bhonkar, Business Head, Airport Hospitality at NCOM. Pooja, may I please request you to come on stage, please? Now, this is a lucky draw. We have nothing to do with it. It's sheer luck. Well, now you get to go to Egypt again. Thank you, Pooja. All right, ladies and gentlemen. May I please call Dr. Geetika Mittal? I don't think we have given her a trophy that we have here. Dr. Geetika Mittal. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to our final awards, may I please invite on stage Gail India, which has been at the forefront of not just energy infrastructure, but of creating workplaces and communities where talent, regardless of gender, is nurtured and celebrated. It is my pleasure to invite Ayush Gupta, Director, Human Resources, Gail India, to the stage for a special address.
Thank you very much. Very warm good evening to all of you. I'm sure this has been a long day for you and you have been waiting for the final awards. Some of you have already received it, I believe, and some of you are yet waiting for receiving that recognition. I'll try to be really short, quick and short. Gail India Limited has been pleased to be associated with the event that has been organized by TV9 to honor the exemplary work being done by all the beautiful ladies around in their own respective fields in promoting the business activities in terms of their own ventures or to the organizations where they have been working, and with all their hard work, creativity, innovation, and bringing new ideas to actual implementation in their own way. At GAIL, we have been trying to not just promote gender diversity, but also in terms of empowering women through our CSR activities, initiatives, and other initiatives that have been extended to the larger family of GAIL employees in the form of the spouses of the employees, where we believe when we say we have 5,500 employees, it's not just 5,500 employees, but we say it is 5,500 into 2, that is more than 10,000 employees, because the spouses of the employees who are back at the home, if they are not there, the efficiency of the employees may possibly half of what they have been able to contribute. So we consider an equal contribution from the spouses of the employees in terms of the productivity and the services being given by the employees at the organization. And that is why several of our initiatives are also centered around supporting the professional careers of the spouses of our employees. And one of the flagship initiatives that we carry out is to support the spouses of our employees to carry their own entrepreneurship journey by way of supporting, handholding them to, one, train them on their business ideas, and also to handhold and set up their own business ventures, verticals. So last 2 years we have been carrying out this activity, and I am happy to share that in last 2 years we have been able to support 100 such spouses of our employees to set up their own businesses and run their own business successfully. So that has been our effort, which is an ongoing effort. We are about to launch phase 3 of the same project on a pan-India basis. And since I have the opportunity, I just also wanted to share another key initiative of GAIL India Limited, which is primarily done through our CSR activity in terms of supporting the young girls from an underserved community in terms of supporting their dreams for getting into IITs or NITs. So at Varanasi, we have a all-girls center of 80 girls for a residential coaching where we support them in preparing for JEE and NEET examinations. And I am happy to share, recently last 10 days back only, the JEE mains results were announced, and the 30 girls there who were taking coaching for the JEE examination, all 30 of them, 100% result, they have qualified for the JEE exam. And this result is not just for one this year. This has been a consistent performance for over the last few years. 2021 was the year when we had set up this center. There are other centers where boys are also getting the coaching, but this is one thing which I thought I'll share with you in terms of the storytelling, that how we are able to, at GAIL India Limited, we are able to support such initiatives. So really happy to be here, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and GAIL India this opportunity to be associated with this prestigious events. Thank you, and wish you all the very best on my behalf and on behalf of all the family members of GAIL India Limited. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Please stay on with us, because, ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the final centerpiece of this evening, and that is the She Star Honors. All evening, we've talked about how women are reshaping India, the leaders, the fighters, the visionaries, the builders, and the She Star Honors, they exist to say, we see you, we hear you, and we are here to celebrate you. And these awards are not just for achievements of the women, they are for the impact that women have created, about the lives that they have touched and the lives that they have changed. Let me call on stage also to present the next set of awards. May I please request Dr. Blossom Kochar to also please kindly join Mr. Ayush Gupta to present the next set of awards. And our first award this evening goes to Manveen Sharma.
Can we please have a round of applause? Can we please have Ishika Sharma on stage for the next award?
May I please call Deep Kiran Kaur up next on stage, please. And up next is
Miss Aditi Gupta. Can we please have you on stage?
May I please call Simar Ahuja up next on stage, please.
Can we please have Miss Anmol Singh of Banjara Trails next? Ms. Anmol Singh of Banjara Trails, please come up on stage to receive your honor.
And may I please call Sobia Anwar Renessa next, please. That's Ms. Sobia Anwar Renessa.
Can we please have on stage Ms. Shalini Beriwal to receive her honor? Ms. Beriwal.
That is Ms. Shalini
Ms. Shalini
Beriwal.
Beriwal.
May I please call on stage Pooja Bonkar next, please.
Yes, please.
There is something I want to share, very, very personal here. I met somebody 15 years or maybe 20 years back. I hope she's here. Is Sagurika here? If she's not, please, okay. Imagine many, many years before, a very thin girl, She's in Aaj Tak, she's a journalist. She comes to cover somebody, she sits on the floor, eat her lunch, bubbly young girl, and then we meet quite a few times. And after a year and so, she just disappears. And then she comes after all that year, and I see her into a dynamic Sagarika. We talk about women empowerment. We are talking about growth of the business. I think this self-empowered girl, you have done great job on yourself. Thank you for curating this. Thank you for inviting us here. Thank you.
And Ms. Pooja Bhonkar is up next on stage.
Can we please have on stage Miss Hina Chabra to collect her honor?
And may I please call Vidushi Jain on stage next.
Can I please have on stage Miss Ama Jai Madan? I beg your pardon, Miss Arna Jai Madan.
We heard from her dynamic mother, and she's an equally dynamic young person. Arna Jai Madan for you. And up next, may I please call on Veena Arora to join us here on stage. Veena Arora.
Can we please have Miss Karandeep Sodhi Khera on stage to collect her honor? Miss Karandeep Sodhi Khera, if you are here.
And may I please call Nidhi Sharma here on stage next.
Can we have Miss Shuchi Sharma on stage, please?
And can we have Ms. Deepthi Goswami on stage next?
Can we have Miss Richa on stage, please?
And may I now invite Anveeksha Tripathi Jain on stage, please.
Can we please have Miss, I beg your pardon, Team Glam 21 on stage?
Do we have Team Glam 21?
Glam 21.
All right, may I then invite Gauri and Rafi Sharma on stage, please. All right, can we have the team Piccadilly Agro up here on stage next? Team Piccadilly Agro.
Ashna?
Ashna was there. So can I please have Miss Simi Sood take the award for Ashna, Miss Ashna? Can I please have Miss Simi Sood on stage, please? Thank you so much, Ms. Kocher and Mr. Gupta, taking our time and joining us here and putting out the awards to all the honorees.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we started this evening with a statement that the SHEconomy is not the future, it is the present. And over the last few hours, every conversation, every panelist, every honoree has proved exactly that.
Absolutely. We heard from economists who are rethinking how we are measuring growth, from entrepreneurs who turned courage into companies, from diplomats who carry India's flag with poise and principle, from soldiers who walked into rooms they weren't expected to be in and stayed. We heard from lawmakers who understand that real policy is actually personal. And we honored women whose names should be spoken with pride in every home, every classroom, and every boardroom in the country.
And if there's one thing that tonight has made clear, it's this: the question was never whether women belong in these spaces. The question is, are these spaces ready for what women bring in? And tonight has been that answer, loud and clear, Samya.
Absolutely. And on behalf of News9 and the entire team behind the SHEconomy Sundowner, I thank you to our incredible speakers and panelists, to our honorees, to our partners, to every person in this room who showed up tonight, not just to attend, but to be part of this conversation.
The evening isn't over yet. We are now opening the floor to the SHEconomy Sundowner networking, so you can connect on ideas, conversations, the kind of collaborations that begin exactly at this platform. The dinner is served backstage, and the drinks are served in the front. Thank you very much, everybody who took their time out to be with us this evening. Thank you.
And until another SHEconomy Summit, this is a goodbye from Shweta and Samya.
Welcome to this edition of the AI Report.
Not accepted.